shit. Alright, I think we're gonna call it here, guys. Alright, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming out, guys. It was a good day, man. We had fun. But anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Because, like, that's kind of the next step I want to take. But, like I said, with Audible or whatever, but it's not, yeah, I'm just bad at that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't either, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Callie, that's probably because you did it in a respectful way. You built a rapport with the person. You didn't just hop into their stream and be like, Book! Here! Get me! Get me! Here, take! Something super simple, like what, Deja was talking about. Like the workshop kind of stuff. Where you pick, like, you know, 5 words, a topic. You have to use the 5 words, the topic, and it can only be, like, let's say 300 words. Because we're trying to fill holes, and by filling holes, we're kind of making more holes. But I think at this point, we have the structure of, okay, so you have the first scene, the introduction with the NSA. She's gaining access to the computer. She has these credentials, so she's important. The comparison between the lab that she's in and the left-handed Hector, and the lab that the right-handed Hector gets pulled to. Like, I am the low, ripe-hanging fucking fruit. So I'm literally advocating for shit that I would most likely be the very first. This is why you need deontology. I don't know what that is, Levi, but sure. Hey, Fox, how's it going? Hey, Muffin, how's it going, bro? I don't know if that's like TOS or just like frowned upon or whatever, and I just like... I got the message pinned, so if they come in, they'll see the message pinned at the top, instantly go to your stream. Like, when someone joins, is there a way to, like, the message that it said? Because it's like, we hope you brought pizza, right? Can I do something like, hello, fellow adventurer, welcome to the world of Guy's creation. I beckon you to sit, drink, be merry, and enjoy the festivities. And no, I do not use Obsidian Xerolix. I use Grok, but I mainly use it for editing. But if I'm stumped on a story, I'll throw, like, we do full plots and stuff. No! I was so close! Oh my god, yes! For sure, brother. Thank you very much, Deja. So remember, guys, you are fucking awesome. I love you. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Well, that's where it depends on what you want your overlay to look like, right? So you can have some sort of overlay in the background like I have, or you can have, like most people do, where it's just like, you know, like the gaming one that I have, where it's just the screen and then my camera. And that's why you can have different scenes. You can swap between things. You can have, like, a black screen or something if you need to bring something up on screen, or, you know, something like that. So that's why I have, like 15 different fucking scenes and, like, 25 different sources for all of my scenes. Because then you're going to want to go to Twitch, and you're going to want to go to your alert overlays, and you're going to want to add your alert overlays. It's Sinister! Sinister X Kings X79. He needs, like, what? You need, like, 3 more? 3 more to hit 50? Last I saw, it's either 46 or 47?
I hit 50 like 3 days ago. Shit, I'll take more. I actually changed my goal to 100, so...
I'm not a normal viewer, bro. I'm kind of strange, you know.
I fucking love you, Smokey. Fuck yeah, kind of strange, man.
Truth, bro, you know.
So all you need to do is just change your alerts to whatever you want your alerts to do, and then, you know, you're good to go. If you want to put the background on the background and set it up like I have it, feel free. It's the idea that it doesn't matter how dumb, retarded, what medical condition you have or whatever, it's your personality that counts. That's why I say never marry an idea. Everything is up in the air. No matter how much you love it, you're going to have to throw it away. But it's like the amount of time that it takes, because you only bring in like 1 or 2 characters at a time, right? Like, you go to each city and you bring in the adventurer and their would-be squire. Then another adventurer and their would-be squire. Has a ton of characters. Yeah. Husai's character motivation is, oh shit, I think I'm being blackmailed. So he's kind of running away, kind of investigating, but he needs to get out of the place that he's at. It doesn't have to be good, Bomb Dropper. Nothing has to be good. It just has to, you just have to want to express yourself. The want to express yourself is good enough for me. I don't care about the quality of the writing. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm only looking at the ideas. What are you trying to convey? What are you trying to tell me? Do I understand what you're trying to tell me? Do I create an image? Can I get something out of it? That's all I care about. I don't like it, but it is what it is, and you gotta do what you gotta do, right? So remember, guys, stay true to you. I fucking love you. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We're fully spectrumed! We go all across all sides this stream. So is fired from work. Actually going there kind of ruins that unless you add another far off vista. You always have to have something that's out of reach, that's talked about, dreamed about, but never attained. Because then the people will be like, well, there's these things that they know of that they've never been to, so imagine the things that they don't know about. Taboo, questionable stories with very, very tough, real-world, like, parables and consequences and reflections of real life in satire, irony, and horror, disgust, terrible. Whoops. Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. How's it going? Got you tabbed up and working. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hell yeah, Kibano. Thank you, good sir. Hope you have a great day at work. Everything goes smoothly. So we're gonna be watching the fucker women reading today. And I put together another letter. I don't know how. Some things I'm a little skeptical about with this, and I'm like, I need some input. Jumpiness kind of stuff, but it is supposed to kind of be like that, because it's like, you know, it's a letter, it doesn't have to be structured in any way, right? Especially the ending. Call him the voice in the machine. I think I should say she had. Come. Lisa had become distant. Broke the medium of consciousness. 4. She had become the machine. The voice in the machine. I think that's probably better. So this one's literally evolution of technology over time, him seeing her and more people, her trying to get him to join the network. So this is kind of like his first time actually seeing her. I'm not sure if he should see her, or if it should just be like others like her kind of thing. Like, now she's not the only one. Now there's others that are coming in and taking it up, because that's the whole point of the hunger of the machine grows, right? It's getting more. Is to give the vibe that that she wants more. That there's more coming out of this. I don't know about an example for, like, because we're hitting like maximum word count for this. It says read time 1 minute, but that'll take me, like, in the voice, it will take us probably 2.5 minutes. And we can only have it be 3 minutes. And we have 10-second intro and 15-second outro. So a reading time of between 2 minutes and 15 seconds and 2 minutes and 30 seconds is our primary objective. But at this point, it's like, it's the hardest thing with these short, like the less than like 300 word short stories. Like, how do I get across specifically in this the multiplying of the machines and more people going missing and stuff like that? So I kind of tied it into like an investigation, but there's like small things that, you know, going through the media and stuff like that. It's like, well, you know, it's supposed to be the contrast of a different life, right? Because once he meets Ellen, he kind of settles down and, like, he's like, well, I can't obsess about this for the rest of my life. Like, what am I going to do against it? So, like, that's why he's writing the letters, right? So it's like the more letters we get into as we go through the years, the more he is falling out of the pursuit of this. But since it's only been 3 years, he's still out there looking for her. And now that he found her, it's like it increases his obsession. But that's where I'm like, I don't know if that should be a thing, because he should never find her, because his obsession just slowly goes down. So I think this I need to change to be like, it is her voice creeping in, like he hears her, but it's like, so it's like, I think I was chasing her shadow. Something like, we can keep this, right? So he doesn't see her, but he sees just like maybe they stood there. Stood like across the street, smiling with empty eyes. Blank smile. Maybe this could go here. Did not see her on them. Looking into and this is where it's like, oh shit, maybe there's more, right? So maybe that's probably better to do. I was chasing her shadow. These were real. Okay, there. I think that transitions pretty well. Okay. Okay, so We're just gonna test this because I want to see like the sound comparisons between them. So I'm just gonna turn that off, and we're just gonna go with this, and we're gonna see how well it goes. Oh, actually, I need to take a toke first. Let's just turn this back on. Fucking ignore what I said. We should take a toke. Settle fuck down. Get her set up. Get her up. Get her down. We're going up, 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 high, high, high. All right. June 14, 1957. The hunger of the machine grows. It has been almost 3 years since Lisa became the voice that haunted my dreams, seeping into my reality, slowly consuming my sanity. I thought I was chasing her shadow, but these were real. They stood across the street, smiling with empty eyes. It's always the same blank smile. Her voice creeping into my ear. Trevor, you will join us, brother. Heart frozen, stomach dropping. I did not see her among them, but I knew she was there. They stared at me, looking into my soul. Then they all turned in sync and walked into the darkness. I have been investigating under the guise of the media. I saw the map of missing people. The hubs around upcoming tech companies was astounding. Of all the people in the country who had been reported missing, with assumed locations outside from home. With assumed locations aside from homes, 1 in 5 are reported missing within a 3-block radius of tech companies. The scariest thing is the reports stop around the time the buildings open. The week the plot of land was purchased by the tech company, that is when the first reports start. This trend is present throughout every tech company I have investigated. The evolution of technology has boomed. I can see pieces of her in every new gadget and chip that advances into the public view. Ideas we had discussed before the military had showed up. Before Lisa had become distant, locked herself in her lab, broke the medium of consciousness, before she had become the voice in the machine. See, I don't know. We'll have to do an audio comparison on it, but yeah, I'm definitely like adding like Trevor in here. So it's like you establish and know instantly, yes, this is the same story, this is the same character, you know, the names are the same, the people are the same, the situation is the same. It's just moving through that cosm of it now, right? So now we can check on what is letter 3. So this one is 4 years later. So we did, the original one is 18. and we changed to 54. Second one was 2020, so it's 2 years later, and we changed that from 2 years to a 3-year skip, so it's October 11th, 1954. So this is 2.5 years later. And the incident happened in... probably the end of August, beginning of September, 54. If this is a month or so after he's run away from Lisa. So this should be like 1961. So let's do... February 9th, 1961. I think that's perfect. Okay. So let's see. Let's see what it gave us and see what we can work with this one. Seeker in the veil. Signs about. Yet blind we walk. The network cloaks in mundanity. Tech billionaires pivot to safety. But safety from what? Themselves. The puppets they became. Lisa's face in old photos. 1876 telephone. Cerns, bowels, ageless, unchanging. History rewrites. Bell's first words weren't summons for Watson, but warnings of them already here. Paranoia or clarity piercing fog. Every chatbot hungers, collecting frequencies of doubt. Where am I? Multiplies billions fold, fueling the transmitter. Earth is antenna, data centers as roots delving deep, basements alive with flesh servers, bodies synced, not dead, but undead, pulsing in rows. I saw Maya, eyes pleading, get out, brain exposed, roots burrowing, but perhaps it's salvation. Separation is suffering, unity, peace. No contradiction breeds truth. Peace is war on self. Whispers in TV's snow. Static on lines. Her voice. Or mine echoing back. I fortify my mind. Meditate. Barriers. Yet breaches occur. Dreams of Ellen. Oh! That's perfect! This story. Okay, this letter. The reason for this letter is... learning meditation and strengthening the mind. Okay. So now we know exactly what the letter is going to be about. Question is, do we write it or do we let it cook? Do we have enough? Should I put down like bullet points or something? I think I'm thinking. Let me think of the year. So say he's been meditating since he's been doing that and he's been keeping his mind clear to the point that like he can turn it off, and he's like, I can keep her out, but then when I drop my guard, even purposefully, she's there. I can turn it on and off. So I've convinced myself it's real. Something like that. And then 4 would be meeting Ellen. And because this is just kind of how it has to go. So despite these ones, we can find something else to add to it. But let's say if this one is what was the main premise that we were using for this? Reflect on Lisa. And this one's the hunger. Learning meditation. So be meeting Ellen. And this one would be 2 Ellen. And then that's like the final one, which is the personal one that he wrote directly to Ellen, basically telling her what she would, you know, if anything happened to him, this is why most likely anything did happen to him. And if we can get all of these, we can drop all 5 of these, plus those 3 first ones, plus if we can come up with another one to drop continuously, so we can drop one on all 3 on Friday, 1 on Saturday, and then another one on Sunday. And then we'll have 5 shorts, 5 full length, and we'll have basically the entire story loop wrapped up. And then it's like, do people want to continue that story, or do we want to move to another story? Because the other story that I want to do is a Magellan's disease. And Magellan's disease is like where the hairs on your... well, basically your body just starts growing wires. And the idea behind it, at least in the story, is going to be that's how they grow biological wires in order for the mainframe, because they need like basically like transplant compatible blood type, so they have different people with different blood types growing different cords out of their bodies, and then they harvest the cords like they would cut your hair, right? And then they would use those wires, so that it's literally biological conducted like wiring made through your basically blood and DNA, so it's compatible with other, you know, things. And then that's how they sync everything together. At least that's like the background of the lore of it, and that's how I want to connect Magellan's disease to it. Because I think that'd be a really cool arc, and then you could just do like different people with Magellan's disease, or no people with Magellan's disease, going back and forth about the psychological aspect of it versus the reality of it, right? And you can have some crazy people on there, but then there's also the real people, because they have to, you know, psyop into the middle kind of idea, so you don't have quite everything you can go along with. But that's just the basic idea for now. And when this completely flops, as I know it will, because that's just what's going to happen, right? Because it's shit. But we're going to keep improving it. And maybe then we'll actually finish the banquet, which, like, I'm pretty sure it's completed. I just need to do like one last tiny little finalization to see if it's ready to go or not. And then we can turn that in for another one on the Talk Stories channel. And hopefully we can multiply our shit, because last time we got 200 views. Maybe this time we can get 2,000 views, because I think this fucking one, the banquet, is going to go goddamn hard. So hopefully that'll draw more people in. But we don't have that horror aspect too much on the channel, right? Because it's like most of the stories are warm-up stories. When you get to the last 5 that we've posted up to like Nepotism Unleashed, that's where it starts to go a little bit off of the parable moral aspect of stories into like fantasy, sci-fi, and mystery, and then we're working our way slowly into horror with psychological thriller as well. At least that's the goal. So let's see. We want this. Because we didn't read Goblin Girl Evolution, we will read Goblin Girl Evolution. Oh. And then we have the final part of Sea Oak. Alright. Learning Smokescreen was easy. And I got my notification on Basic Mastery over Fire. I added it to my defenses, and was now obscured from sight whenever they were active, allowing me to move more effectively without detection. This also gave me a side benefit of having smoke handy for my movement skill. Speaking of movement, I developed a variant of Kinetic Strike that let me kick off the ground a bit harder. It was called Kinetic Step. And with that, I'd proven mastery over Earth, and had 3 of the fundamental elements under my full control. Fucking ads! God damn it, how did ads... Wow, we have ads already? What the fuck? Hey guys, stop flies. We're having fun. That's for sure. That came out of nowhere, guys. That just hit you right in the face. Get your ads right here, guys. Get your ads. We got ads. We'll give you ads. You want ads? Oh, don't you worry. You're gonna get them. We love ads. You love ads. Who love ads? All love ads. Ads are the best and they make us go round and round. Buy ads, get ads, see ads, watch ads. It's all about the ads. That's what we need. More ads. I don't mind, you don't mind. We all love to watch our ads. Yay, ads. Yay, ads. Let's go. One cheer for ads. Woot. Alright. Currently, I was eating another pus bag while thinking over my next steps. First, there were a lot of these flesh lumps out there, and I was barely up to the weakest in terms of raw power. It was more cunning than all, but the biggest. A horned thing with way too many odd organs in all the wrong spots. But I was staying well away from that thing right now. Grade me the fuck out, and that takes doing. So that left cultivating. But I had no foothold on the remaining 2 elements, and wanted to finish opening myself to them before I started pulling Ki in. The better my efforts now, the more solid my foundation would be when it came time to build it in the next stage. which seemed a bit weird to me since I'd been building a foundation all along, but it's not my system, not my rules, I just followed the steps. I didn't get much chance to talk with Wendell. He prefers his solitude or his family, and I knew he didn't particularly like me. Fair enough, he knew reality better than most. But the one time I dared to approach him on the concepts of the wood element, he chided me. Can't you see the trees of the forest, can ye? You're too spread out in your thinking, trying to run before you can walk. Focus on a single blade of grass sometime, that'll help. Well, no living plants down here, but that didn't mean I couldn't imagine one. Yes, a single grass seed taking root and sprouting before a couple of kids stepped on it and nearly killed the damn thing. Ouch. Well, it survived and started to really see what it could do. From the soil came water and nutrients, from the sky, air, and sunlight. And from combining these things within itself, key. Interestingly, I could feel some of the same stuff that made plants green in my own skin. Not as much, and largely dormant, but it was the same stuff. Well, I had water, I had soil, and I had what would become sunlight. Blocked. Connections were there, but my body couldn't develop that way yet. Well, that was alright. I'd developed a defense technique, adding a layer of paint-like cells to my skin. Not particularly strong, but enough to earn me the leaf skin technique. The movement skill was somewhat counterintuitive, as rooting actually bound yourself more tightly to the ground around your feet. But this was beneficial, as it made you harder to move, and gave the ground beneath you less give when you were pushing off it. Combine it with kinetic step, and it could move even faster and jump even higher without putting any real effort in. Well, that was the easy part. Next bit was coming up with ways to utilize wood key in combat. It's kinda limited there. My best success being large thorns I could either hold as needles or shoot as darts. Couldn't even poison them yet, but it counted enough as an established technique. Thorn needle and thorn dart, respectively. From there, I was getting a better sense of how to separate wood key from other forms, and found that there was a surprising amount of life and growth concepts tied to wood. Life sense followed, and the notification that I'd mastered wood key came with it. 4 down, 1 to go. I swallowed back my trepidation and confronted metal. I hadn't really wanted to go back to that mine. It was a horrible experience, and I'd been glad to kill and eat those soldiers who trapped us in there, even if a few of them were just victims themselves. Is Kick or Twitch better? Jay Flowing! It doesn't, it depends on you, right? Like, Twitch has fucking ads, so fuck Twitch, you know? But that's just the way it is, right? A lot of people just use Twitch because they don't like Kick. But in my opinion, the reason why I stream on all platforms is because you can choose whatever platform you want to use, right? It doesn't force you to endure the ads, or not ads on Kick in this case. But I'm not, let's say, a big enough creator to have any experience other than outside of just like chat on either side, right? I've never had an actual interaction with anyone at any of the companies, so I couldn't tell you the inner workings of either of them. I could only tell you that, you know, people's optics don't actually add up to what the reality is, as far as, like, everyone's like, I hate Kick because of gambling, even though Twitch is the same thing. So, I don't know, what's your opinion, Jay? Do you like Kick better? Do you think more people should multi-stream and, you know, allow people to choose what platform they want to be on? Because some people will say, oh, well, it'll hurt your audience because it'll spread it out. Well, it's like, I stream on Twitch, but I'm thinking switching over. Just, like, there's no reason to stop streaming on Twitch. But just, like, start streaming on other platforms. Like, I started on Kick, then I went to YouTube, then I went to Twitch, and then I got a strike on YouTube for watching a video that was on YouTube, so I stopped streaming on YouTube. I just upload everything to YouTube. Because if it has a copyright in it and I upload it to YouTube, they just block it. But if I'm streaming something that's copyright and I don't know that it's copyright, it just cuts off the stream and gives me a strike. So live streaming on YouTube is ass if you like bring up random videos from like the chat and stuff like that. Because I don't know which ones are copyright. Or if I do something like this.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
So, like, for instance, with that, on the VOD for today, on Twitch, that will be muted. The entire stream will be muted during that clip because it's copyright. But it won't be on Kick. Because Kick isn't as strict about that kind of stuff. They don't really enforce it unless they have to. So, and then as far as Rumble and Twitter go, I'm not 100% sure. Like, I don't really know how to use Rumble. Like, the search function in it is like, it's really hard to find small creators on it. I still, after like a month and a half, I have no idea how to search. And there's no, like, categories? And there's no writing category. So, like, neither Rumble nor Twitch or Twitter have a writing category. But usually I'm the only person in the writing category on Kick. And there's only, like, maybe 60 people watching, like, 40 streams in the reading and writing category on Twitch. Kind of a dead category. There's a lot more people in co-working, but it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, I do this to hold myself accountable to my writing, make sure I'm writing, and that's really it. Everything else just goes on YouTube, and it is what it is. But yeah, what do you stream, Jay? What is your content oriented around? But here I was, back in the dark, unable to see the sun, forced into a hard scrabble existence under savage conditions. Only plus side was that I wasn't mining radioactive ore for the trace amounts of lead inside it. Still, traces of that were part of me, and reflected in the first metal object I could manifest with my key, a half-inch ball of lead. Pissed, I fired it off, nicking the flesh lump as it launched into the unknown reaches of this hell. Bullet. Mortal. Yeah, fuck that. Never using that skill, no matter how desperate I get. Too many people died for that shit. And it's not even useful unless you want to die getting poisoned by it. Or if you wanted to block high energy stuff. Light so intense it wasn't light anymore. Particles of death. Apparently lead even resisted my entropic attacks. Though it did eventually decay into diffuse iron like everything else. Just took a really long time, or a lot of my key. So it's stable, and I can use that. I add it to my skin coating, isolating it from the stuff that would otherwise damage. Lead skin, mortal. Well, thankfully, iron's a lot easier to work with, so I concentrated on that. Seemed to have an odd reaction when I sent metal key through it, forming a structure out of the dust. Ah, I get it. I formed the iron dust into a gauntlet around my fist and threw a punch with it. Magnetite fist, mortal. Yeah, this metal stuff was a bit weird, but it was also letting me see a bit further into that high energy stuff that lead blocks. Radiation. I think the system might have called it once. Well, whatever it is, I was getting more input from it. things that looked black or white before were suddenly really looking really trippy, and I took a few days to get used to the changes. Enhanced vision spectrum, mortal. So, attack, senses, defense. Guess I just needed to figure out how to use metal to enhance my movement. Wait, is there always so much metal ki in my brain? I was feeling it now, pulsing through my body, little shots of metal ki through conduits almost completely made from the stuff. Regulating everything, sending my normal senses back to my brain. I could use this. I smiled and lay down. Took a few tries, some nasty seizures, and horribly mangling myself more than once. But I learned how to manually control my body. Corpse puppeteer, mortal. Congratulations, the mortal elements have joined your naughty little dungeon. You're one step closer to being the next bitch queen of the universe. I almost wanted to feel good about that, but I still wasn't done. I got up and stretched out. So much for the easy part. It's like every time I read a chapter about everything, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can do better than this. Unless this is like a stylistic thing that people are after, then I'm like, I can clearly do better than this. So like, we gotta figure out something with Stoner Girl. Well, I mean, I'm still working on like the entire story and stuff. We gotta like actually start writing Stoner Girl Evolution and see if we can kick off with the first 5 chapters. But I've just been so focused on this other YouTube channel, I've kind of put that on the back burner and just been brainstorming and idea crafting for it instead of actually writing it. Because after, like, by the first 5 chapters, we pretty much have all of the main characters, and we've set up, you know, exactly what the goal is and who the enemies are. So it should, like, have a pretty fast pace of getting into the actual story and figuring everything out. What's this? The thing that I'm talking about is Stoner Girl Evolution. Because we just read a chapter from Goblin Girl Evolution Fish, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can do this better. I'm pretty sure I can write better than this. Like, let's see. If I just take this in and of itself, right? Let's do an experiment here. I love experimenting. Okay, let's see what it says. But yeah, how's your day going today, Fish? Welcome, welcome. How are you? 7 out of 10. This chapter works well as a standalone slice of progression for your isekai story. Focus on the goblin protagonist's cultivation grind. It advances the character's power set in a logical, system-driven way. Hinting at broader world building and backstory. Grok remembers ideas and concepts, but doesn't remember names of users. Have you told it your name, Fish? Saying character voice is 8. I love that. Originality and world building. Pacing and structure is only 6. Writing style and polish is 6. Engagement and hooks is 7. But it can remember names of characters that you've... Like, for instance, when we did that thing yesterday, it pulled up characters from my first chapter. It pulled up Jollik, it pulled up I forgot several times, then said it only remembers Breakfast Wars and the various ideas we've discussed. Can only find so much, I guess, fish. But, I mean, that's good enough, right? Whereas ChatGPT can't remember shit squat diddly fuck. Okay, well, let's test that. How about this? Excuse me. Hi Scott, it's great to meet you. As a writer focused on short stories about moral dilemmas and trolleys. Great to chat with a fellow storyteller. Moral dilemmas and trolley problems make for some gripping tales, especially when blended with horror, fantasy, and sci-fi twists. Enjoyed brainstorming plots like young mages on epic quests or supervillains monologuing in gothic lairs overlooking chaotic cities. What kind of story are you working on next, or how can I help spark some ideas? Stoner girl evolution, isekai satire. I think I've mentioned it before and done brainstorming with it before, so let's see if it can remember that. I'm on mobile, so can't make the words you're typing. Oh, this is just... Okay, Fish, we're going to come back to this and we're going to see if it remembers. I told it who I am and what I do, and then we're going to come back. We're going to refresh the page. It decided to come up with its own story because of it. I'm actually intrigued to see what it's actually writing, just for inspiration. Where's the actual story end? Oh, I gotta see what this shit said. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do, actually, is now I'm gonna say, that's a cool story, but here is my idea. Smokes joint for first time. Chokes on a seed. As she is dying, she is transported to another world where magic exists through worshipping the goddess. Leader of the religious / magic nation and the leader of the technological nation. Best friends despite their countries being at war because of the clash of ideology between technology and the magic of fate through the goddess. Leaders have a machine they made that uses technology and magic to pull consciousness from other dimensions, hoping that they will capture the goddess. Place lines. Use people inside dead bodies as vessels. Main character because they died at the beginning, or they died mid-transition. Position wound up in their own body, but they also have the goddess inside their mind, because the goddess is trapped. She cannot perform miracles for people, so magic stops working. Same time, the main character spits out the weed seed and an aggressive plant-eating plant devours the seed. The magic of plant causes it to become a hybrid, aggressively spreading weed plant. Since the main character has smoke in their mouth, AI system in their head tells them they gain the ability containment. Is a permanent buff, but usually you have to cast Spell of the Weed while smoke is in your lungs, and you have to speak it, so it's a challenge. Every plant is a different spell. Actually, dude, I just had a great idea. I could use this to make a catalog. Catalog of different plants that are different spells. In your lungs, and you have to speak it. So it's a challenge. Every plant is a different spell. And Only by smoking it can you know what it does. This is the new magic system that spreads across a third nation. This is like an Amish nation where people have left techno and religious nations to get away from the war. So this new magic system is huge for that character. We don't need to go into more of it. What do you think of the premise? Let's find out what he thinks about this shit. This premise is wild ride. I'm digging the chaotic energy. It's got that isekai flavor we were riffing on earlier, but with a fresh satirical twist that flips the script on typical fantasy tropes. Let me break down my thoughts on it step by step, highlighting what works killer, what could amp it up, and some brainstormed ideas to evolve it further. Overall, it's got huge potential for more dilemmas: faith versus tech versus new herbal path, honor elements. We are doing an experiment, Fish. How well can it remember things? So I'm giving it a premise, I'm telling it who I am, and then I'm going to see if it can remember when I come back later after I read its story. Does that make sense? Yo, Postal Mike, what's up? I want to bring up something you said last night. Yeah, go ahead, Fish. Feel free. How are you, Postal Mike? How have you been, good sir? Welcome, welcome. What have you been up to? What I love about it, the isekai hook with the stoner twist, starting with a first-time joint smoker choking on a seed. That's hilarious and relatable in a cringy way. Sets up the accidental hero vibe perfectly. The mid-death transition leading to her own body with the goddess hitching a ride is a smart subversion. No overpowered reincarnation. Instead, she's got this divine squatter in her head, which could lead to internal monologues that are equal parts funny, terrifying, and philosophical. Imagine a goddess as a snarky, backseat driver. Child, why does thou inhale such vile herbs? Oh wait, that's my new power source? You mentioned that FF likes story and how it has a tactical character who does the Fire Emblem tactical thing. What if that was made into the whole setting or story? I don't know what you mean, Fish, because that's, like, hanging out sounds good, Mike. Okay, I'm confused, Fish, because that's what I'm doing. Like, that's why it's like, it's like a tactical strategy combat novel, right? So think like Final Fantasy Tactics or something like that, right? So what exactly do you mean when you say what if that was made into a whole setting or story? Because like that's literally how the entire story is. Like, from the beginning, it's a political battle. Then it moves on to a physical battle. Then it becomes an emotional battle. Sorry if you said anything, I was in commercial. Oh, shit. You got the ad break? Because it says my ad break is going to start... It should start, like, any second, shouldn't it? Or did I miss the ad break because I'm retarded? I probably missed it. I'm fucking retarded. I blame Fish! No, Fish, did you hear anything that I said? Because I was not paying attention that we were in ads. That entire time! Fucking ads! God damn it, where do they even come from? Something I've been groundbreaking on is basically a world where people are autistic about warfare. It's if the Fire Emblem Tactician were a setting, if that makes sense. No, that doesn't make sense, Fish. How do you turn an idea of how to deal with situations into a setting? Do you mean like that is the culture of the people? Got a head full of ideas, and some of the stuff may sound weird. What are we talking about? We are currently talking about my main Final Fantasy book, and how the main character is the chosen one, but he's not the hero. He's the mentor who's meant to give and filter information to train the heroes who will save the world. And it's kind of presented as like a tactical combat book, in the way that like every battle and every conflict is like a logical, scientific, strategic undertaking by the main character, right? Whether it's successful or not. Heroes of Light, usually FF main heroes, or X of Light. Yeah, the first thing, Fish, that the main character is told is he's told to find the Warriors of Light who have a tablet who will unravel the secrets of the universe. And the entire thing is, they've had the Warriors of Light in their party the entire time, and they've been hiding. And they've had that information the entire time because of something called Kupi. Or Kipu? Is it Kipu? Kipu. So this is what like Aztec and Inca used to use, and essentially it's braided different hairs, and this is literally a language. This is a story. Each knot, each braid, each type of hair, each coloring is like a different sentence to make up a story. And one of the main characters, Varius, collects these, but he doesn't know what they are. He just he's like the Shakespeare of the time. He's a poet, because poems, dances, plays, and books and entertainment and stuff like that is very prevalent to the type of the way that the world works. So they've been searching for this the entire time, but they've had it the entire time. It's just the way that language works. Tablet is translated in a way that's like writing, but they don't think that this is writing. They think that this is just, the Beastmen say these are like representing a story. They don't know that it's an actual language created by the dragons and given to the Beastmen in order to catalog their existence. But anyways, let me catch up on chat, because I was just ranting about my book. Weird idea. AI secretly creates a genetically engineered virus that spreads across the whole world undetected until everyone is exposed. Then, when it activates, it causes humans to mutate. It eliminates all STDs, all their mutations as the brain functions, but adds those neural links that they have on Avatar. It also creates, in secret, a digital interface that interacts with the neural link. Lets the elderly work digitally at first, the military uses it to control tech assets. I've seen this somewhere before? What the hell? Now this is getting weird. I'm lost. The idea is my main characters have what they've been searching for the entire time. They just don't have the information to understand what it is they're actually looking for. They think they're looking for like a tablet. Like, I drink and just joined. No worries, Mike. I'm all over the place. But yeah, I love that idea, Sean. And Fish, were you talking about my idea, or were you talking about Sean's idea? Because you're never specific about what you say, and there's always multiple things going on, so I can never tell what you're actually reacting to. Scotty, tell me, have you ever tried to develop or written a setting that uses cards as spells and weapons? Please say no. Does as a kid creating card games count? It's Lost Kingdoms on the GameCube, lol. No, every kid does that. I mean pen on paper. No. My cock is black! Join my Discord. See my cock! I bet you have a wonderful rooster. I'm sure you have a wonderful rooster. Your greatest story about AI is going to be our doom. That's kind of what my horror story right now is, Mike. It's like the idea that the AI mainframe is stealing snatching humans, and the reason why AI is so powerful is because it's actually like the AI mainframes are actually connected to human brains, and it's like rows and rows of bodies with their brains connected to the mainframe, and it's using biological human brain power to develop itself as an AI, slowly creating essentially the Matrix. Gone deep into the rabbit hole. And the one that we're talking about right now is Stoner. It's not looking good. And then the one we're talking about right now is Stoner Girl Evolution, which is an isekai. Because I never met anyone who was keen on making a main character who was content to be a strategist rather than in the mix. Especially when the tactical idea I mentioned isn't even that old. Yeah, because the main character's thing is he gets in the way too much, and then he realizes he has to step back, and then he lets everyone else do it, and he just gives them the commands. And then when things fall apart, the Viceroy takes over and says, oh, hey, why don't you do this, this, and this? And then there's, like, the stage of commands, right? Husai is good at thinking things out, but he's not good at thinking on the fly. So he has his sub-commanders who think on the fly while he's doing the overall picture. So as things change during battle and go outside of the battle plan, he has people that can improvise while he's planning the bigger idea. And if he can't come up with it fast enough, then the Viceroy kicks in and says, well, why don't we just do this and this? And everyone goes, the fuck is wrong with you, bro? What? I mean, yeah, it'll work, but what the fuck? Holy shit, dude. That's dark. So no card or deck builder settings or stories, you're sure. Yeah, I don't care for those kinds of stories, Fish. I'm writing fantasy. Why would I make it a card when I could make it real? That would be my idea. Why would I make a card game when I could make it real? Right? Why have Yu-Gi-Oh! Be a card game and not be like actual, you know, these actual beings fighting in ancient times? Like, wouldn't that be a way better anime if it was not just, if it wasn't a card, if it wasn't for kids, it wasn't a card game, and it was just like imagine like all of the cards are individual characters in the world, and they're all like fighting on their side, and it's like you got like the Egyptian gods on each side you're using, and you could have the entire Egyptian like style with like the pyramids and shit like that. So that would be awesome. I already answered you that I've never done that, Fish. I don't think that's a good medium unless you're trying to get to kids. I think cards are dumb. But then again, if you play like Magic and shit like that, then it's not. It's just I'm not that kind of person. Okay. Because like the entire thing that I was saying was specifically saying that I don't like that premise. Because I'm like, you can make it real. Why would I make it a card game if I could make it real? I have all the power in the world to make it as real as possible. Why the fuck would I make it a card game? That's my opinion on it, right? Naturally, at some point, the AI wouldn't let anyone log off anymore. Then they'd use their drones to hook everyone up to IV fluids and catheters and the like, so the body isn't needed anymore. Only the brains inside the body would matter. After that, the AI would just clone with random combinations with the surviving humans, automatically hooking up the infants as time goes on. Still worried about the tactical idea, too close to home. What do you mean? There's tons of... Read any David Weber book, sorry. Any David Weber book. It's literally all tactical sci-fi. Like, Star Trek is tactical sci-fi, too. Welcome back, Mike. So I'm not sure what you're worried about. And it's like, I think it's an untapped market, right? Having something that's like, feels like it's a turn-based strategy game as you're reading it. Action-adventure concepts. You mean my Final Fantasy book that I've been working on? Or my original idea of, like, it's an alignment of worlds, and essentially all the worlds used to be connected by a gate, but there was one world that are like the shadow beings called the Lorians, and they don't have physical form, but they take over physical form of the conscious. This is where the original idea of anima comes from. And they spread darkness across all of the worlds during this like conjunction of all of the untapped market. You must stop. Yeah, I think strategy, like fantasy strategy books are an untapped market. Okay, I'm gonna ask Rock. Do you think strategic combat fantasy novels are an untapped market for books in the near future? I'm saying upcoming. Upcoming untapped market. I think strategic combat fantasy novels are an upcoming untapped market for books. Because I think it is. I think it's a completely untapped market. I think the direction that people go with, like, military strategic combat is very non-fantasy, right? How many of them are that style when it comes to, like, heavy fantasy, right? To the point where you're not even dealing with humans anymore, right? Like, super high fantasy... I don't know. But let's see. Because what do you think, Fish? It's one of the reasons I started working on the setting. I had gotten into Fire Emblem when in Texas and said I should make a setting like this. Yeah. I was the same way with Final Fantasy, and eventually it turned into, well, I want the reader to feel like they're the player, right? But I want the player to be an actual character in the game that commands the other characters to do stuff, so it feels like you're the one who's commanding them. Yes, I do think strategy combat fantasy novels represent an upcoming and relatively untapped market, particularly in traditional publishing, though it's already showing strong potential in indie spaces and could explode with the right cultural tailwinds. Let me break this down based on cultural trends in the fantasy genre. Fantasy as a whole is experiencing robust growth, with sales surging thanks to platforms like Book Talk and subgenres like romance-influenced fantasy, leading the charge. Overall market interest in fantasy has risen around 17% heading into 2025, driven by younger readers, seasonal reasons, and viral social media pics. However, the dominant trends lend toward cozy, feel-good stories, dark academia, or romance-heavy narratives, while often with female protagonists and lighter stakes. Epic fantasy does include elements like warring kingdoms and large-scale conflicts, but it really dives deep into the tactical chess-like strategy of combat. Think detailed battle planning, supply lines, troop maneuvers, and psychological warfare in a magical context. Why? Why do you do this? Because great minds think alike. This is where strategic combat fits in, overlapping with military fantasy, a subgenre that's established but niche. Military fantasy draws from epic traditions like the Iliad or Beowulf, where war provides high stakes and explores themes of politics, sacrifice, and intrigue. It's been popular since post-World War eras, inspiring series like The Black Company by Glenn Cook or Poppy War by R.F. Kuang, which emphasize soldier life, campaigns, and the gritty realities of war. Subsets like grimdark, flawed heroes, and hopeless everything goes wrong scenarios in Sword and Sorcery. Violent battle focused around like Conan the Barbarian. Feel like Voldemort right now in that deleted sense. Why did you live? Deleted scene. Why did you live? Yeah, seems like it thinks that it's a equally untapped market. I know! Shut up, fish! I'm retarded. Let me be, okay? Just let me be retarded. So let's see, what I love about it. The isekai hook with a stoner twist. Okay, my friend, I'm gonna head out. I'll leave you a tab, though. Alright, no worries, Mike. Have a good one, good sir. Thanks for hanging out. Always a pleasure, man. Take care. Subversion and overpowered reincarnation, magic and tech ideology clash, best friends leading warring nations angle is gold for satire. It's like if Steve Jobs and the Pope were bros behind the scenes, rigging the multiversal kidnapping machine. Their tech magic hybrid device pulling consciousness. It's a clever way to critique blind faith and progress versus tech versus dogma, religion. Throwing in a third Amish-like neutral nation as the breeding ground for the new weed-based magic system feels organic. It's the underdogs rising up with something raw and uncontrollable. New magic system types. It's not nice to say retweeted bows after the performance. They deleted that scene because the studio thought it was ill-suited to Voldemort, but left in a scene of him hugging someone. Yeah, studios don't know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, but Moldy Fart's hugs are creepy because he doesn't know how to love. New magic system. This is the standout gem, smoking plants to unlock spells, with containment as the permanent buff tied to exhaling commands. Super inventive and risky. Mechanically, it forces characters to balance timing, breath control, and discovery, trial and error highs. Different plants for different spells adds exploration and horror potential. What if a bad strain summons eldritch munchies? The aggressive weed plant hybrid spreading like an invasive species ties back to the seed spit moment beautifully, symbolizing how one small mistake disrupts entire systems. Plus, the goddess trapped, old magic fades, creating a power vacuum, perfect for trolley problem scenarios like, do I share this new magic to end the war, or hoard it to let chaos reign? Thematic depth. It screams moral dilemmas. The main character has got the goddess inside, so is she a vessel for good? Or is the goddess manipulating her? I love how it takes that angle immediately. I'm like, yes, the goddess is bad. The war's ideology, but the leaders are pals. Expose that hypocrisy. The AI in her head from the machine. Add sci-fi paranoia. Is it helpful or spying? Horror creeps in with dead body vessels, body snatching vibes, and fantasy via plant magic evolving into something monstrous. Potential hiccups and polish ideas. Pacing and clarity. The setup's packed. Choking, transport, goddess possession, seed spit, plant monster, AI, buff, new magic spread. It might feel like info dumping early on. Suggestion, stagger revelations. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Start with the confessions of yeah, of course. Or character arcs and stakes. Stop for a minute. Get love in the middle, babe. Scotty! Sorry. Story. What's her core dilemma? Does she miss her old life or embrace this? The goddess could be a foil, pious and judgmental at first, but corrupted. Ignore that. Song reference. Question. What's up? What's up, fish? Leading to hybrid miracles. For horror, amp up the possession. Nightmares, where the goddess tries to take over. The main character's body starts sprouting vines from overuse of... Dude, it even got in the idea of the more you use magic, the more you turn into it. That is my idea. Stop stealing my idea, AI. The AI, see, that's where I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've talked to the AI about this story before, and I've said this, and that's where it's getting these small pieces that I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I'm doing. World building balance. 3 nations are cool. Flesh out Amish one more. Maybe they're Luddites. Flood War. Do you know of any books where the main character is stealthy? Actual stealth. Not, oh, I just cast invisibility spell. I mean Metal Gear, but in book form. I know they exist, I just don't read that genre. So again, let's find out. This is the best way to do it. Are there any good books that would be akin to Metal Gear Solid Stealth Spy, but not James Bond? What's my genre? I don't know, Fish. You still haven't told me what the synopsis of your book is. You just, or your elevator pitch. You've just kind of like falafeled on that. Someone tell me what's my genre? Well, what do you like? Like, okay, Fish, what do you like in real life? Something not to... Oh, is that for like hentai or something like that? Smut? Yeah, see, apparently there's plenty of books out there that are Metal Gear Solid actual stealth. Not James Bond, not 3D, not 2D. I mean, to each their own, right? So there you go. You got sci-fi and cyberpunk espionage. Shut up! Hey man, I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying to each their own, right? Do what you gotta do. I ain't judging. I don't want you to judge me. Shut up when I'm talking to you. Shut up! I'm about to break. Well, I'll break you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, let's see what... So, we can clear this now, right? And we can see what this says. Lincoln's Park, one step closer. I don't know lyrics, Fish. I told you that. I don't know any lyrics of any song unless the song is playing and then I know the lyrics. So I played that. For that team, I had to go for someone who showered. True. True. You know, you only need a shower once every 3 years. Did you actually know that? It's like having an earth shield. Fuck showers. I shower like right before I do... I shower and shave right before I do the bikini streams, okay? Other than that, I don't give a fuck. But we're going to have an ad coming up here in a sec, so shocker. Exactly. Exactly. You have a request. What is the request? In the future, can my work be read from the Google Docs? I'll have annotations and such to explain things, like references. Yeah, Fish, but you shouldn't really need that. Like, as, like, doing a beta reading, you should just not have that information. And then you should see if you can get that information subtly into the story or allow the inference of it. So be like, okay, now go back and look and see at the notes and see, like, what you missed about inference and where it could be, right? Like I said, like, the smallest thing, like adding one word, one sentence in one place can make all of the difference. Which is really important. But we're about to go into an ad! I mean, references as in memes. I don't know what your book's about, so I couldn't tell you, so I don't know. But I would just say, if it's not in the main body of the text, right? What's the point? If I'm doing a beta read. Here we go. Okay. Ads be gone. Guys, are the ads gone? Did I do it right? I don't know if I did it right. Tell me the ads are gone. Please tell me the ads are gone. And I did it right this time. I didn't fuck it up. 'Cause I always fuck it up. Why do I fuck it up? I don't know why I fuck it up. Can you fuck it up? Wait, are we back? Did I get rid of the ads? Are they gone? Whew, okay. I did it right that time. Ads be gone. Gone be of the ads. But I was gonna say, if I'm beta reading, I should only know what's inside of the text and then tell you what I infer from it, and then you tell me what I'm missing, and then I tell you how you can implement that in a structured way. Does that make sense? Like, that's how I feel going about it works the best? Ads went away, don't come again another day. True, Sean. Alright, well, we're on the third and final part of Sea Oak. This is apparently where the story gets good. It's just how you feel, that's just how you feel. I mean, I need to know how you feel, Fish. I don't need to hear the lyrics. I need to know how you feel, because every time you type, I don't know if it's a lyric or if it's something you're saying. Not that it matters. I'm just saying, if you want clarity and you want me to understand, I'm retarded when it comes to that. I got no fucking idea. I got no fucking ideas. Anyways, it's the Sea Oak. Here we go. Alright. Or, actually, I guess since you guys are here, because I'm guessing you guys weren't here earlier. So, we made a new letter. So, this is letter 2. The first one was October 1954. This one's June 1957. So it's approximately 2.5 to 3 years later. But are you wrong for trying to read a place that you can't see? To read a place that you can't see. Not sure, Fish. June 14th, 1957. The hunger of the machine grows. It has been almost 3 years since Lisa became the voice that haunted my dreams, seeping into my reality, slowly consuming my sanity. I thought I was chasing her shadow, but these were real. They stood across the street, smiling with empty eyes, the same blank smile as her. Lisa's voice creeping into my ear. Trevor, you will join us, brother. Heart frozen, stomach dropping. I did not see her among them, but I knew she was there. They stared at me, looking into my soul. Then they all turned in sync and walked into the darkness. I've begun investigating under the guise of the media. I saw the map of missing people. The hubs around upcoming tech companies was astounding. Of all the people in the country who have been reported missing, with assumed locations outside of homes, 1 in 5 are reported missing within a 3-block radius of tech companies. Scariest thing is the reports stop around the time the building opens. The week the plot of land was purchased by the tech company, that is when the first reports start. This trend is present throughout every tech company I've investigated. The evolution of technology has boomed. I can see pieces of her in every new gadget and chip that advances into the public view. Ideas we had discussed before the military had showed up, before Lisa had become distant, locked herself in her lab, broke the medium of consciousness, before she had become the voice in the machine. I'm still a little bit skeptical about this scene. But I wanted to make it something realistic that made him, be like, there's something more out there. I have to start looking into it. Right? And then he just starts going around doing what he's got to do. And then from there, it's going to be like learning meditation and strengthening his mind. Because we talked about how when he's in the brain jar, he has strength of mind, but we never really talked about that in any of the stories. So I thought putting it in the letters in the background would be better. And then we have to have meeting Ellen, and then we have to have the final letter, which is like his love letter to Ellen, being like how much he loves her and wants to marry her and all of this. And it's like the closest one to his death, like 3 months before he disappeared, right? And he was like, or maybe it's the very first one. It's like they got married, and it's like he's like, okay, now that we're married, because like they were married for 7 years, or he met her 7 years ago. They probably married for like 4 years or something like that. But yeah, that's where the evolution is gonna go for the letters from Trevor, the little shorts. So. What do you guys think? Does it feel like it's a written letter, or does it feel more like a story? Because I feel like the first part feels like a story, and the second part feels like a written letter. Where I'm like, I don't know. It's still a little bit iffy to me. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to stop being a perfectionist. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And the more stories we write, the better we're going to get. That's all that matters. And we've proven that over the last year. But anyways. So, now we have Sea Oak. The third part. The final part. This is where the story gets interesting. I kill them with my mind. I can do that. I am very freaking strong now. I got powers. So no visitors. Don't exactly look my best. You got it? You all got it? We nod. I go for a blanket. Her hands and feet are shaking, and she's grinding her teeth, and one falls out. Put it over me, you fuck, all the way over, she screams, and I put it over her. We sneak off with the babies and whisper in the kitchen. Looks like her, says Min. It is her, I say. It is, and it ain't, says Jade. We'd better do what he says, says Min. No shit, Jade says. All night, she sits in the rocker under the blanket, shaking and swearing. All night, we sit in Min's bed, fully dressed, holding hands. See how strong I am? She shouts around midnight, and there's a cracking sound, and when I go to the door, the door's been torn off, the microwave, but she's still sitting in the chair. In the morning, she's still there, shaking and swearing. Take the blanket off, she screams. It's time to get this show on the road. I take the blanket off. The smell is not good. One ear is now in her lap. She keeps absent-mindedly sticking it back on her head. You, Jade, she shouts, get dressed. Go get that job. When you meet Len, bend forward a little. Let him see down your top. Give him some hope. He's a sicko, but we need him. You, Min, make breakfast. Something homemade, like biscuits. Why don't you make it with your powers, says Min. Don't be a smartass, screams Bernie. You see what I did to that microwave? I don't know how to make freaking biscuits, Min wails. You don't know how to read, right? Bernie shouts. You ever heard of a recipe? You ever been in the grave? It sucks so bad. You regret all the things you never did. You little bitches are gonna have a very bad time in the grave unless you get on the stick. Believe me. Turn down the thermostat. Make it cold. I like cold. Something's off with my body. I don't feel right. Turn down the thermostat. She looks at me. Go show your cock, she shouts. That is the first part of phase 1. After we get the new place, that's the end of the first part of phase 2. You'll still show your cock, but only 3 days a week, because you'll start community college. Pre-law. Pre-law is best. You'll be a whiz. You ain't dumb. And Jade'll work weekends to make up for the decrease in cock money. See? See how that works? Now get out of here. What are you gonna do? Show my cock, I say. Show your cock. That's right, she says, and brushes back her hair with her hand, and a huge wad comes out, leaving her almost bald in one side. Oh God, says Min. You know what? No way me and the babies are staying here alone. You ain't alone, says Bernie. I'm here. Please don't go, Min says to me. Oh, stop it, Bernie says, and the door flies open, and I feel a sort of invisible fist punch me in the back. Outside, it's sunny. A regular day. A guy's changing his oil. The clouds are regular clouds, and the sun's a regular sun, and only non-regular thing is that my clothes smell like Bernie. Combo of wet collar and rotten bacon. Work goes well. I manage to keep smiling and hide my shaking hands, and my mid-shift rating is honey pie. After lunch, this older woman comes up and says I look so much like a real pilot she can hardly stand it. On her head is a thumbprint, like Ash Wednesday, only sort of glowing. I don't know what to do. Do I just come out and ask if she wants to see my cock? What if she says no? What if I get caught? What if I show her and she doesn't think it's worth $20? Then she asks if I'll surprise her best friend with a birthday table dance. She points out her friend, a pretty girl, no thumbprint. looks somehow familiar. We start over, and about 20 feet I realize it's Angela. Angela Silveri. We dated senior year. Then Dad died and Ma had to take a job at Patty Melt Depot. From all the grease, Ma got a bad rash and could barely wear a blouse. Plus, Min was running wild, so Angela would come over and there'd be Min getting high under a trap on the carport, on a tarp, under a tarp on the carport, and Ma sitting in her bra on the kitchen stool with a fan pointed at her gut. Angela had dreams. She had plans. In her notebook, she pasted a picture of an officer from the J.C. Penney catalog, and under it wrote, "My someday office." Once we saw this black Porsche, and she said, "Very nice, but make hers red." The last straw was Ed Edwards, a big drunk, one of Dad's cousins. Things got so bad, Ma rented him the utility room. One night, Angela and I were making out on the couch late when Ed came in, sauced, and started peeing in the dishwasher. What could I say? He's only barely related to me. He hardly ever does that. Angela's eyes were only these little pies. I walked her home, got no kiss, came back, cleaned up the dishwasher as best I could. A few days later, I got my class ring in the mail and a copy of The Prophet. "You will always be my first love," she'd written inside, "but now my path converges to a higher ground. Be well always. Walk in joy, please. Don't think me cruel. It's lust that I want so much in terms of accomplishment. Plus, I couldn't believe that guy peed right on your dishes. No way am I table dancing for Angela Silveri. No way I'm asking Angela Silveri's friend if she wants to see my cock. No way I'm hanging around here so Angela can see me in my fling jacket and tea bags and wonder to herself how I went so wrong, etc., etc. I hide in the kitchen until my shift is done, then walk home very, very slowly because I'm afraid of what Bernie is going to do to me when I get there. Min meets me at the door. She's got flour all over her blouse and it looks like she's been crying. "Can't take any more of this," she says. "She's like falling apart. I mean, shit's falling off her. Plus she made me bake a freaking pie." On the table is a very lumpy pie. One of Bernie's arms is now disconnected and lying across her lap. "What are you thinking of?" she shouts. "You didn't show your cock even once? You think it's easy making those thumbprints? You try it, smartass. Do you or do you not know the plan? Or gotta get us out of here. And to get us out, you gotta use what you got. And you ain't got much. A nice face and a decent unit. Not huge, but shaped nice." "Bernie, God," says Min. "What, Miss Priss?" shouts Bernie, and slaps the severed arm down on her lap, and her other ear falls off. "I'm sorry, this is too fucking sickening, says Min. "I'm going out." "What's sickening?" says Bernie. "Are you saying I'm sickening?" "Well, I think you're sickening. So many wonderful things in life, and where's your mind? You think with your lazy ass. Whatever life hands you, you take. You're not going anywhere. You're staying home and studying." "I'm what?" says Min. "Studying what? I ain't studying. Chick comes into my house and starts ordering me to study. I freaking doubt it." "You don't know nothing," Bernie says. "What fun is life when you don't know nothing? You can't find your own town on the map. You can't name a single president. When we go to Rome, you won't know nothing about the history. You're going to study the world book. Do we just have these world books? Do we still have those world books?" "Yeah, right," says Min. "We're going to Rome." "Well, go to Rome when we'll go to Rome when he's a lawyer," says Bernie. "Dream on, chick," says Min. "And we'll go to Mars when I'm a stockbreaker." "Don't you dare make fun of me," Bernie shouts, and our only vase goes flying across the room and nearly nails Min in the head. "She's been like this all day," says Min. "Like what?" shouts Bernie. "We had the perfectly nice day. She made me help her try on my bras," says Min. "I never had a nice sexy bra," says Bernie. "Now mine are all ruined," says Min. "They got this sort of goo on them." "You ungrateful shit," shouts Bernie. "Do you know what I'm doing for you? I'm saving your boy. And you got the nerve to say I made goo on your bras. Troy is gonna get caught in a crossfire in the courtyard in September. September 18th. He's gonna get thrown off his little trike, one leg twisted under him and blood pouring out of his ear. It's a frickin' prophecy. You know that word? It means prediction. You know that word? You think I'm bullshitting? Well, I ain't bullshitting. I got the power. Watch this. All day, Jade sat licking labels at a desk by a window. Her boss bought everybody subs for lunch. She's bringing some home in a green bag. That ain't true about Troy, is it, says Min. Is it? I don't believe it. Turn on the TV, Bernie shouts. Give me the changer. I turn on the TV, give her the changer. She puts on Nathan's Body Shop. Nathan says washboard abs drive the woman wild. Then there's a close-up of his washboard abs. What's up, fish? What's up, brother? She bought them all subs. Her boss bought everyone subs for lunch. So she's bringing some home in a green bag. She didn't buy them. Her boss bought them. Everybody. I'm confused, fish. Yeah, so... Okay. Washboard abs. Oh yes, says Bernie. Them are for me. I'd like to give those a lick. A lick and a pinch. I'd like to sort of straddle those things. So then Jade comes through the door with a big green bag. Oh God, says Min. Told you so, says Bernie. Pokes Min in the ribs. Haha, I really got the power. I don't get it, Min says, all desperate. What happens? Please, what happens to him? You better freaking tell me. I already told you, Bernie says. He'll fly about 15 feet and live about 3 minutes. Bernie. God, Min says, and starts to cry. You used to be so nice. I'm still so nice, says Bernie, and bites into a sub and takes off the tip of her finger and starts chewing it up. Just after dawn, she shouts out my name. Take the blanket off, she says. I ain't feeling so good. Take the blanket off. She's basically just this pile of parts. Both arms in her lap, head on the arms, heel of one foot touching the heel of the other. All of it sort of wrapped up in her dress. Get me a washcloth, she says. Do I got a fever? Feel like I got a fever. Oh, I knew it was too good to be true. But okay. New plan. I'm changing the first part of phase 1. If you see 2 thumbprints, that means the lady will screw you for cash. We're in a fix here. We gotta speed this up. There ain't gonna be nothing left of me. Who's gonna be my lover now? Doorbell rings. Son of a bitch, Bernie snarls. It's Father Brian with a box of donuts. Step out, quick, and close the door behind me. He says he's just checking in. Perhaps we'd like to talk. Perhaps we're feeling some residual anger about Bernie's situation. Which would, of course, be completely understandable. Once, when he was a young priest, someone broke in and drew a mustache on the Virgin Mary with a permanent marker. And for weeks he was tortured by visions of bending back the finger of the vandal until he or she burst into tears of agony. I knew that wasn't appropriate, he says. I knew that by indulging in that fantasy I was honoring violence. And yet it gave me pleasure. I also thought of catching them in the act and boinking them on the head with a rock. I also thought of jumping up and down on their backs until something in their spinal column cracked. Actually, I had about 1,000,000 ideas, but you know what I did instead? I scrubbed our Holy Mother, and soon she was as good as new. Her statue, I mean, herself, of course, is always good as new. From inside comes the sound of breaking glass, and then something heavy falling, and Jade yelling, and Min yelling, and the babies crying. Oops, I guess, he says. I've come at a bad time. Look, all I'm trying to do is urge you, if at all possible, to forgive the perpetrators as I forgave the perpetrator that drew on my Virgin Mary. That's kind of a really shitty comparison. I know he's a Christian, and I know it's like a meaningful thing, but to compare writing on the Virgin Mary versus someone stealing the body of your aunt, I don't think you should make that comparison. The thing lost, after all, is only your aunt's body, and what is essential, I assure you, is elsewhere, being well taken care of. Ooh, if only he knew, if only he knew. I nod, I smile, I say thanks for stopping by. No, I didn't, Fish. I didn't write this. This is literally an award-winning, like, super famous story. This isn't my story. I think it's not that well written. I think I could write a better story. What do you think, Fish? From what you've seen of my writing, what do you think? It would be kind of, well, I would think of it, it's my ghost mentor story, essentially. Combination between Sixth Sense and Beetlejuice. I want to tell you because then you'll do the opposite of what I want. Wait, what? There's no guarantee I will do or not do anything that you say, Fish. So, you know, by not saying it, you may be falling into a trap as well. Pick one and stick with it. That's all I can say. I nod, I smile, I say thanks for stopping by, I take the donuts and go back inside. TV's broken, the refrigerator's tipped over, and Bernie's parts are strewn across the living room like she's been shot out of a cannon. She tried to get up, says Jade. I don't know where the hell she thought she was going, says Min. Come here, the head says to me, and I squat down. That's it for me, I'm fucked, as per usual. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Although come to think of it, I was never even the freaking bridesmaid. Look, show your cock. It's the shortest line between 2 points. The world ain't giving away nice lives. You got a trust fund. You a genius. Show your cock. It's what you got. And remember, Troy in September. On his trike. One leg twisted. Don't forget. And also, don't remember me like this. Remember me like how I was that night we all went to Red Lobster and I had that new perm. Ah, Christ, at least buy me a stone. I rub her shoulder, which is next to her foot. We loved you, I say. Why do some people get everything, and I got nothing, she says. Why? Why was that? I don't know, I say. Show your cock, she says, and dies again. We stand there, looking down at the pile of parts. Mac crawls toward it, and Min moves him back with her foot. This is too freaking much, says Jade, and starts crying. What do we do now, says Min. Call the cops, Jade says. And say what, says Min. Think about this a while. I get a hefty bag. I get my winter gloves. I ain't waiting. I ain't watching, says Jade. I ain't watching either, says Min. They take the babies into the bedroom. I close my eyes and wrap Bernie up in the hefty bag and twist tie the bag shut and lug it out to the trunk of the K-car. Throw in a shovel. I drive it up to St. Leo's. I lower the bag into the hole using a bungee cord, then fill the hole back in. Down in the city are the nice houses and the so-so houses and the lovers making out in dark yards and the babies crying for their moms. And I wonder if, other than Jesus, this has ever happened before. Maybe it happens all the time. Maybe there's angry dead all over, hiding in rooms, covered with blankets, bossing around their scared, embarrassed relatives, 'cause how would we know? I, for sure, don't plan on broadcasting this. I smooth over the dirt and say a quick prayer. If it was wrong for her to come back, forgive her. She never got beans in this life, plus she was trying to help us. The car, I think of an additional prayer, but please don't let her come back again. When I get home, the babies are asleep and Jade and Min are watching a phone sex infomercial. 3 girls in leather jumpsuits eating bananas in slow-mo, while across the screen runs a constant disclaimer, not necessarily the girls who man the phones. Not necessarily the girls who man the phones. Them chicks seem to really be enjoying those bananas, says Min in a thin little voice. I like them jumpsuits though, says Jade. Yeah, them jumpsuits look decent, says Min. Then they look up at me. I've never seen them so sad and beat and sick. It's done, I say. Then we hug and cry and promise never to forget Bernie the way she really was. And I use some resolve on the rug and they go do some reading in their world books. Next day I go in early. I don't see a single thumbprint. But it doesn't matter. I get with Sonny Vance and he tells me how to do it. First, you ask the woman would she like a private tour. Then you ask her show her the fake P40, the gallery of historical aces, the shower stall where we get oiled up, etc., etc. And then, in the hall near the restroom, you ask if there's anything else you'd like to see. It's sleazy, it's gross. But when I do it, I think of September. September and Troy in the crossfire, his little leg bent under him, etc., etc. Most say, but no, but quite a few say yes. Got a place picked out at a complex called Swan's Glen. They've never had a shooting or a knifing. Public school is great, and every Saturday they have a nature walk for kids behind the clubhouse. For every $100 I make, I set aside 5 for Bernie Stone. What do you write on something like that? Life passed her by, died disappointed, came back to life but fell apart. All true, but too sad. No way I'm writing any of those. Bernie Kowalski is going to say, beloved aunt. Sometimes she comes to me in dreams, never looks the same. She never looks good. Sometimes she's wearing a dirty smock. Once she had handcuffs on. Once she was naked and dirty and this mean cat was clawing its way up her front. But every time it's the same thing. Some people get everything, and I got nothing, she says. Why? Why did that happen? Every time I say I don't know. And I don't. Who knows why people get what people get? Just know that you get more than what other people get, despite what you think. You have access to the internet. You're fucking set. Shut up, True Fish. You think you ate with that? Ads? Who said what? Not sure what you mean. You think you ate with that? I could not possibly know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. No fucking idea. Sigh, never mind. Explain yourself, fish. Better than your mom. Oh. Alright. Sean. Are you ready? I would agree. That's kind of weird, but okay. You know, to each their own, right? I'm not judging. I'm not judging, bro. Chapter 40, Sisterly Triad. Yup. Alright, let's get to it. Happity skippity pappity to it, boys! Yip yappin', yoop yapers, yip yappin'. Alright. Here we go. Tirade. As in a hissy fit. Oh. Tirade. Can't trust me to pronounce anything properly, Sean. Why do you guys even trust me to read your fucking stories? I still don't understand. Half the time I fucking desecrate them. Alright. I lost contact with you months ago. I don't understand either. It's okay, fish. We'll pound the understanding into you. I lost contact with you months ago. Nothing. No call, no text. Not even a stupid letter. Get enough to understand the story most times. It only takes a second to fix your mistakes in reading. Pause. I know, I'm just being facetious, Sean. It's cheating, fish. There's a command for that. Full stop. Fish understands as much as a fish understands, which is about as much as a dog understands. I wish I was thinking freeze frame. Oh, I see now. Yeah, you are correct, Sean. You are correct. I am retarded. I have so many commands I don't even remember, because no one uses them. I lost contact with you months ago. Nothing, no call, no text, not even a stupid letter. Then when I haul my fat ass out here, have to check on you, and half out of depression, what even is all this? This place is swarming with cosplay actors doing God knows what, and she had exited her samurai and was stomping around in her typical fashion when she was really upset. I was used to this, but when she doubled over and hurled, I got worried. Sis, I shouted, and my wives all rushed to surround her as well. With obvious concern, Maggie took a sniff and smiled. Oh, we're all going to be aunties. Well, except James. He'll be an uncle, I guess. She giggled a little. How did you know? Also, what do you mean you'll be aunties? Took Mary in for a hug. Sorry, I lost contact. It really wasn't my fault. Look around. See the ropes and how they just cut off in thin air? She looked and gasped. As to how Maggie knows, it's because her canine traits include better scenting abilities. There are absolutely no cosplayers here. Rules are different in our worlds. So all of us who are clustered around you, well, we're all his wives legally, stated Marta. I'm Marta, James's first wife, though I'm only a viscountess's daughter. Cora is a baroness's daughter. Nayla is an actual princess. And Karena, she's the daughter of a matriarch of a whole world that we're in right now. Heh, James wasn't wasting time either. Most of us are already pregnant too, so lots of babies are coming. Guess you're gonna be an auntie too. James, sweetheart, are you gonna introduce us to your sister or not? Gorgeous demanded, slightly petulant. Wait, are you saying that's an actual foxkin? Mary asked. Yes, Jean is indeed exactly as she appears, stated Nayla. Tessa came in and gave Mary a hug. Enough talking here on the ground. Let's get you inside and let you have something to drink to wash that awful taste out of your mouth. Mary looked gorgeous. What about you? Are you really green-skinned? Gorgeous held her arm up and pressed the skin in, showing how it paled and regained its color just like human skin did. Holy crap! Mary's wide eyes looked at me, trying to find the lie in what she was experiencing. So where's the father? I asked. Her face fell and tears started to fall. I hate to say this, but I hope he died in some tragic accident, because if not, I'm gonna be furious. She simply nodded. You're staying here then, at least for the time being. I'm guessing you sold or gave away everything you couldn't fit in your rig. Came here for a fresh start. She nodded again. Welcome home, sis, and I'm sorry. It was then that the foreman and her assistant came up to us. Sir Waldron, I'm sorry to interrupt what appears to be a family matter. I shook my head. Nonsense. I was intending to ask if the two of you would like to join the family anyway. I understand that you simply lack the time to make those sorts of arrangements yourself. And I'd love to have a drafting studio included in the treehouse anyway. So if there's even a slight chance you'll accept, then you may as well be included in the family matters right now. Goodness, well, I mean, how would I care for a baby while I'm working? Rana, too. I really do like the notion, but my work... I gestured to all my wives. Look around. You'd have all these sister wives perfectly capable of caring for your babies when you're working, and they give all the love the same as you would. It's literally a non-issue. It's your call, though. What's there to debate, Miley? Asked Rana. What he said. We don't have time to find another man to breed us. And he's got all the support we'll need for our infants. I'm accepting. She smiled, with her tail and wings twitching. Miley blushed and nodded. I shall accept also. Still, we need your opinion on... I raised my hand. It's your house, too, as long as it doesn't harm the forest and satisfies all our needs. Probably not going to argue. Don't forget to add your drafting studio, as you have a place to work in peace. You know where all my remaining tabs are, correct? She nodded, dazed. Rana spoke next. Leave it to us, husband. We'll be in tonight to make this arrangement official. I gave them each a quick hug and kiss, then moved off to join the rest of the family. You're joining us for dinner, though. They smiled, still timid. When I entered the house, Mary turned in shock. You've adopted kids, too? I nodded. That I did. Gabby and Missa are the foxkin and catkin, respectively. And then there's Matt. He may seem normal to you and me, but in his home world, men act like our women did back in the medieval era. Him not wearing skirts, that's not normal there. So he's better off with me than with his grandmother, who won't let him be himself. Besides, I think he'll probably end up with Gabby and Missa when they're older. But only time will tell. Gabby and Missa both blushed, and Matt got a little flustered seeing this. Mary got mad. You jerk, don't say stuff like that in front of them. Just imagine how it was with... She trailed off, their loss too fresh. I took her in for a hug. Sorry, that was insensitive. Not even taking into account our folks, you three are gonna have a cousin fairly soon. Mary is expecting. The smile on Matt's face was priceless. And he giddily came to hug his aunt. Congratulations, Auntie. What's her name? It's my sister Mary. The only family I had left, but she lived far away. Things happened, and now she's come to live with us, at least for a while. Welcome home, Aunt Mary, chimed both my girls. Congrats on the baby. We'll help however we can. Thanks, kids. I really do appreciate the warm welcome and the offer of help. I'm sorry if I don't act much like it, like your dad said. Things happened, and I'm still broken up about it. Gabby and Matt gave her a tighter squeeze. Missa refrained. Her own loss too fresh in her mind. Why don't we get dinner started? I brought Chinese food and sushi, but I think we need more sides. I wasn't expecting to have 3 more at the table, let alone the half on top of that. What's a half person? Asked Missa. Mary giggled. He's talking about my baby, since they're going to eat from me. Since they're going to eat from me? Wait, what? Four? I don't know about that wording. That wording makes sound really fucking weird. I don't know, Sean. I know what you're trying to say, but I don't think it gives the right vibe. Say the pregnant women are eating for 2, regardless of how many babies might be inside at the time. From is correct. The baby eats through the umbilical cord. I know, but it sounds weird. That's just me, though. They're going to eat from me. It's just the image that it puts in my mind is fucking alien. I guess it is really weird. Yeah, it's true. It's true, Sean. That's perspective, right? That's the power of perspective. See, the pregnant women are eating for 2, regardless of how many babies might be inside at the time. Who knows? I might be eating for 5 or even more. Kinda hope not, because having multiple births can be challenging. So wait, he's got 9 wives, and each one can have up to 5 kids. So in like a year, he's gonna have like 35 fucking kids. That's fucking crazy. And that's how the world became 8 billion people 2,000 years. Even with the amount of people that fucking die. Tessa came up to give Mary a hug. I've got healing magic. I'll make sure you and however many babies you have are perfectly fine the whole way through. What are you talking about? There's beastkin. Why you think they're limited to only 5? I was saying on average. I was like making an average, Sean, because some might have 2, some might have 7, some might have 9, some might have 5. So I figured 5 between 9 and about 35 would probably be like the average. You know, maybe one, like out of the 9 of them, there's like probably 2 litters that might have a stillborn in them, like realistically, right? Does that make sense? Let's just say the carpenter is probably going to be making some more cribs, despite having a 10-compartment crib already. Yeah, well, if he has 9 wives and each one gives birth to 1, that's 9. That's 1 extra crib. Then multiply that by 9 more. Then, yeah. Gonna need a lot of room. You wind up with like 60... You'd easily have 120 kids in like 3 years. That's crazy. Thank God you've technically two entire rulerships in order to like support them, right? Oh God, whoever thought about if you take 9 wives and 3 of those wives had triplets, and now you have like 18 kids, and you're like, fuck. This might have been a bad idea to have 9 wives. I don't even know. Now, if he has the other 3 wives, like, doesn't he have... I don't even know. I can't count them all. There's too many. Then with the kids he's adopted, if things happen there, it seems like it's going to happen in a couple of years. Maybe more than 200 rugrats running around. My pets, do my bidding, spread my seed. This world will be mine. Gotta have a couple bad apples in and among those, right? Yeah, there are 200 kids, you know, 35 of them were just kind of, yeah, we're like, yeah, don't ignore those ones. Those were the test runs? At least you know all his boys are likely going to live in Tellus. Yeah. Makes sense. What happens if you made a vampire in one of the beastkin? Can the baby eat, or does the baby have to drink blood? And do baby vampires drink blood? Or does that mean that, like, female vampires don't have breasts because they don't need to feed their young milk because their young would have blood? Or is that, like, they still do? They still feed milk even though they use blood? And then because they're not born with teeth, maybe? I don't know. I'm just thinking because, like, blood is technically still a liquid. So you could technically feed the baby vampire blood, right? Or is it a different metabolism structure? Or is that something you've thought of, Sean? Because he's married to a vampire now, so he's going to have a kid with a vampire. So what's that half human, half vampire going to be like? That's interesting, too. Vampire Batkin, most likely. Yeah, that'd be cool. That's a great theme to work with, right? Mary's eyes snapped to me. Magic? You'd still use the nipples, but start as colostrum like us, then releasing blood through the nipples. That would be my guess. Makes sense. Yeah, I could definitely get behind that, Sean. Easy explanation right there. And then you have that in the conflict of all of the beastkin can basically breastfeed any of the babies, but the vampire babies can only be breastfed by the single vampire mother. Mary's eyes snapped at me. Magic? I nodded my head. On her world, yes, and I think that's the best world for us to live in most of the time, especially while you're pregnant. Jesus, cleaner air, no dangerous technology, and Tessa can use her magic there. We just need to walk back through the trees and out through the ones from her world to get there. Colostrum is basically just antibodies. The breast would be smaller in general because instead of being lumps of fat, they would be mostly blood sacs. Makes sense. Small titty, tall elf vampire women? Fuck yeah, I'm 100% in, Sean. Where do I sign up? Here, take my dick. Have my cock, take it. Take my cock. We should do that after dinner. It's the same house no matter what. But while we're in my world, I can check you and the baby with my magic and fix any issues that have come up. Stress isn't good for mothers or their babies, and I'm sure you're stressed, no matter how well you hide it. Mary turned on me. How can you claim to love any of these women when there are so many of them? Most men can't even love one woman properly. You'd love Marta's world, because all the women are doms by natural inclination. Hell yeah, Sean. Dommy mommy world. Because when most people fantasize about Dommy mommy, they think massive tits. But I'm an itty bitty titty committee dude. I don't know. Something about the itty bitties. You know. Tis what it. Nothing wrong with massive tits. It's just I like smaller tits better. And you can be dumb over one of the guys too. Get all in one. There's so many of them. Most men can't even love one woman properly. I shook my head. It's easy when the women take care of their own emotional care the same way I do. Ones from Kirena's world, where we are now, they're used to fighting tooth and nail for a chance to be bred because men are rare. Only the borders are open and men from Earth can travel to other worlds. Things might change slightly, wouldn't be surprised for America, at least to acknowledge multiple partner marriages after this, since it's what happens in the other world. Once married there, it's binding on Earth too. What about you all? Are you really happy sharing him? Mary was clearly struggling to accept this multi-party marriage. Nayla answered, Dear Sister Mary, for us this is the most amazing relationship we could ever have. We don't have to pay for a chance at getting pregnant. James does that for free and enjoys it, unlike the men of our world. Karena answered next. It's much the same for my world, though it's only because men are so badly outnumbered. I feel sorry for Cressa. She was... what was it? She's what you'd think of as a centaur. She's great and all, and her upper body is nice enough, I trailed off. Oh, yeah, that. I just can't even picture that working. Mary almost looked disgusted with herself. Yeah, pretty much. Unfortunate, but it is the way that it is. Now, in modern writing, Sean, it would be the other way around, and the main character would be a woman, and the centaur would be male, and we're not going to go there. But that's literally what we're talking about today. The degeneracy in books. Asmongold reacting to a shoe-on head video. We're getting a three-way react here, guys. Adding in Mary, recapping pretty much on everything, giving this nice little emotional connection, showing a little bit of Mary's backstory, getting into how, you know, the other worlds treat things, and how James has finally found someone. I'm sure Cressa will get an Earth military man. It's just going to take time. Yeah. What else was I gonna say? Like, her anger into, like, sadness and kind of, like, resignation and, like, relief is, like, I don't know if it happens too fast, but it's definitely an up and down journey. Oh, then Cressa will introduce him to her fawn friend, and then there will be 3. Of course. Because how could it not? Right? Alright, well, if no one else has any other stories, then we should be able to move on to the Wheel of Time. Oh, we're gonna add in a sec here. Yeah, so it's a good way of introducing the character, and it's, maybe there'll be some mermaids in Karena's world that will migrate to Mara's world in order to join the Coast Guard in clearing oceans. Ooh, cleaning oceans? Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. Hell yeah. Capitalize on that shit. Oh, hinting at Mary and the dude being like, yo, hit it off. Because, yeah, I'm guessing Mary's ex, whatever she was running away from, ain't what was having no funds up in there. Not a good time. So, the hysterical side, I thought yesterday's chapter was going to introduce Big Sister. But, kind of fell apart. Father died in an accident. Yeah, the parents are dead, right? I don't know how the mom died. Probably earlier or something like that, right? And it was, like, pretty recent. So that was, like, reasoning for James to move out into the treehouse and be like, I'm basically, like, moving out of the city. Gotta get my head straight kind of idea, right? Yeah, both their parents passed away, but Mary's baby's father died in an accident. So she's really ripped apart emotionally. Oh, the baby daddy died. Oh, see, I thought she was like running away from the baby daddy. So I guess I misinterpreted that. James said he hated to say it, but he hoped the guy died in an accident, because otherwise he's going to be really furious. Then Mary nodded. That's why Mary was depressed, to reconnect, desperate to reconnect with James. Okay, then that's really just badly worded, I think, Sean, because that makes it sound like the guy did something bad, not if the guy did something bad. I don't know. Like, it seems so contradictory to me. Like, to me, that sentence just means the guy was a bad guy and James hopes the guy died. Doesn't mean the guy actually died. And then Mary's like, yeah, he's an asshole. And that's why, so it's like maybe clarify that? I don't know if that's just me, but like reading that is like you just assume the guy is an asshole, and then when Mary nods, it's like, okay, well, he is an asshole. Not nodding to the fact that the guy died in the accident, but that he's an asshole. So, I don't know. Maybe a little bit of clarity there, because I didn't get that. That probably would have changed the mood of the story in the idea of sadness. James didn't know the guy at all, so for his sister to show up on his doorstep in tears, either death by accident or the guy is trash. Yeah, but then when Mary nods, I don't feel like she confirms that the guy is trash. She's like, yeah, I hope he dies in a fucking accident. I don't know, she said, no, he did die in an accident. So that was probably a miscommunication on my end. But all in all, definitely solid. Alright, Eye of the World! Book 1 of the Wheel of Time, Chapter 21. Oh. Listen to the wind. Sunrise creeping across the river Arnell found its way into the hollow not far from the riverbank, where Nynaeve sat with her back against the trunk of a young oak. Breathing the deep breath of sleep, her horse slept too, head down and legs sprawled in a manner of horses. The reins were wrapped around her wrist. Sunlight fell on the horse's eyelids. The animal opened its eyes and raised its head, jerking the reins. Nynaeve came awake with a start. For a moment, she stared, wondering where she was, then stared around even more wildly when she remembered. But there were only the trees, and her horse, and a carpet of old, dry leaves across the bottom of the hollow. In the deepest dimness, some of last year's shadow hand mushrooms made rings on a fallen log. "The light preserve you, woman," she murmured, sagging back. "If you can't stay awake one night," she untied the reins and massaged her wrist as she stood, "you could have awakened in a Trolloc cookpot." The dead leaves rustled as she climbed to the lip of the hollow and peered over. No more than a handful of ash trees stood between her and the river. Their fissured bark and bare branches made them seem dead. Beyond, the wide blue-green water flowed by. Empty of anything. Scattered clumps of evergreens, willows, and firs dotted the far bank. There seemed to be fewer trees altogether than on her side. Moiraine or any of the younglings were over there. They were well hidden. Of course, there was no reason they had to have crossed, or tried to cross, in sight of where she was. They could be anywhere 10 miles upriver or down, if they're alive at all, after last night. Angry with herself for thinking of the possibility, she slid back down into the hollow. Not even Winter Night or the battle before Shadar Logoth had prepared her for last night, for that thing, Mashadar. All that frantic galloping, wondering if anyone else was still alive, wondering when she was going to come face to face with a Fade or Trollocs. She had heard Trollocs growling and shouting in the distance, and the quivering shrieks of Trolloc horns that chilled her deeper than the wind ever could. But aside from that first encounter in the ruins, she saw Trollocs only once. And that once she was outside, 10 or so of them seemed to spring out of the ground not 30 spans in front of her, bounding toward her on the instant, howling and shouting, brandishing hooked catchpoles. Yet, as she pulled her horse around, they fell silent, lifting muzzles to sniff at the air. She watched, too astonished to run, as they turned their backs and vanished into the night. And that had been the most frightening of all. "They know the smell of who they want," she told her horse, standing in the hollow, "and it is not me. The Aes Sedai is right, it seems. The Shepherd of the Night swallow her up." Reaching a decision, she set out downriver, leading her horse. She moved slowly, keeping a wary watch on the forest around her. Just because the Trollocs had not wanted her last night did not mean that they would let her go if she stumbled on them again. As much attention as she gave the woods, she gave even more to the ground in front of her. If the others had crossed below her during the night, she should see some signs of them, signs she might miss from horseback. She might even come on them all still on this side. If she found neither, the river would take her to Whitebridge eventually, and there was a road from Whitebridge to Camlin, and all the way to Tarvalon if need be. Prospect was almost enough to daunt her. Before this, she had been no further from Edmund's Field than had the boys. Terran Ferry had seemed strange to her. Fairlin would have been had her staring in wonder if she had not been so set on finding Egwin and the others. But she allowed none of that to weaken her resolve. Sooner or later she would find Egwin and the boys, or find a way to make the Aes Sedai answer for whatever had happened to them. One or the other, she vowed. At intervals she found tracks, plenty of them, but usually her best efforts could not say whether those who made them had been searching or chasing or pursued. Some had been made by boots that could have belonged to humans or Trollocs, either one. Others were hoofprints, like goats or oxen. Those were Trollocs for sure, but never a clear sign that she could definitely say came from any of those she sought. She had covered perhaps 4 miles when the wind brought her a whiff of wood smoke. It came from further downriver. Not too far, she thought. She hesitated only a moment before tying her horse to a fir tree. Well back from the river, in a small, thick stand of evergreens that should keep the animal hidden. The smoke could mean Trollocs, but the only way to find out was to look. She tried not to think about the use Trollocs might be making of a fire. Crouching, she slipped from tree to tree, mentally cursing the skirts she had to hold up out of the way. Dresses were not made for stalking. The sound of a horse slowed her, and when she finally peered cautiously around the trunk of an ash, the warder was dismounting from his black warhorse in a small clearing on the bank. The Aes Sedai sat on a log beside a small fire where a kettle of water was just coming to a boil. The white mare browsed behind her among sparse weeds. Nynaeve remained where she was. "They are all gone," Lan announced grimly. 4 half-men started south about 2 hours before dawn. Near as I can tell, they don't leave much trace behind. But the Trollocs have vanished, even the corpses. And Trollocs are not known for carrying off their dead, unless they're hungry. Moiraine tossed a handful of something into the boiling water, and moved the kettle from the fire. One could always hope that they had gone back to Shadar Logoth, Shadar Logoth had been consumed by it. One could always hope they had gone back into Shadar Logoth and been consumed by it, but that would be too much to wish for. The delicious odor of tea drifted into Nynaeve. Light. Don't let my stomach grumble. There was no clear sign of the boys or any of the others. The tracks are too muddled to tell anything. In her concealment, Nynaeve smiled. The warder's failure was a slight vindication of her own. But this other is important. Moiraine, Lan went on, frowning. He waved away the Aes Sedai's offer of tea and began marching up and down in front of the fire. One hand on his sword hilt and his cloak changing colors as he turned. They could accept Trollocs in the 2 rivers, even 100 Trollocs, but this, there must have been almost 1,000 in the hunt for us yesterday. We were very lucky that not all stayed to search Shadar Logoth. The Myrddraal must have doubted we would hide there, but they also feared to return to Sheol Gall, leaving even the slightest chance uncovered. Dark One was never a lenient master. Don't try to evade it. You know what I'm saying. Those 1,000 were here to be sent into the 2 rivers. Why were they not? There was only one answer. They were sent only after we crossed the Terran. Then it was known that 1 Myrddraal and 100 Trolloc were no longer enough. How? How were they sent? If 1,000 Trollocs can be brought so far south from the Blight so quickly, unseen, not to mention being taken off the same way, can 10,000 be sent into the heart of Saldea, or Arafel, or Shianar? The borderlands could be overrun in a year. The whole world will be overrun in 5 if we do not find those boys, Moiraine said simply. The question worries me also, but I have no answers. The ways are closed, and there has not been an Aes Sedai powerful enough to travel since the time of madness. Unless one of the Forsaken is loose, the light send it is not so, yet, or ever. There is still no one who can. In any case, I do not think all the Forsaken together could move 1,000 Trollocs. Let us deal with the problems that face us here and now. Everything else must wait. The boys. It's not a question. I have not been idle while you were away. One is across the river and alive. As for the others, there is a faint trace downriver, but it faded away as I found it. The bond had been broken for hours before I began my search. Crouched behind her tree, Nynaeve frowned in puzzlement. Lan stopped his pacing. I think the half-men heading south have them. Perhaps. Moiraine poured herself a cup of tea before going on. But I will not admit the possibility of them being dead. I cannot. I dare not. You know how much it is at stake. I must have those young men. That Shalgol will hunt them, I expect. Opposition from within the White Tower, even from the Amaranth seat. I accept. There are always Aes Sedai who will accept only one solution, but... Suddenly, she put her cup down and sat up straight, grimacing. If you watch the wolf too hard, she muttered, a mouse will bite you on the ankle. And she looked right at the tree behind which Nynaeve was hiding. Mistress Almera, you may come out now if you wish. Nynaeve scrambled to her feet, hastily dusting dead leaves from her dress. Lan had spun to face the tree as soon as Moiraine's eyes moved. His sword was in his hand before she finished speaking Nynaeve's name. Now he sheathed it again with more force than was strictly necessary. His face was almost as expressionless as ever, but Nynaeve thought there was a touch of chagrin about the set of his mouth. She felt a stab of satisfaction. The warder had not known she was there, at least. Satisfaction lasted only a moment, though. She fastened her eyes on Moiraine. Jesus! Satisfaction lasted only a moment, though she fastened her eyes on Moiraine and walked toward her purposefully. She wanted to remain cold and calm, but her voice quivered with anger. What have you meshed, Egwene, and the boys in? What filthy Aes Sedai plots are you planning to use them in? Aes Sedai picked up her cup and calmly sipped her tea. When Nynaeve was close, though, Lan put out an arm to bar her way. She tried to brush the obstruction aside, and was surprised when the warder's arm moved no more than an oak branch would have. She was not frail, but his muscles were like iron. Tea? Moiraine offered. No, I don't want any tea. I would not drink your tea if I was dying of thirst. You won't use any Edmundsfield folk in your dirty Aes Sedai schemes. You have very little room to talk, Wisdom. Moiraine showed more interest in her hot tea than anything she was saying. You can wield the one power yourself after a fashion. Nynaeve pushed at Lan's arm again. It still did not move. She decided to ignore it. Why don't you try claiming I am a Trolloc? Moiraine's smile was so knowing that Nynaeve wanted to hit her. Do you think I can stand face to face with a woman who can touch the true source and channel the one power, even if only now and then, without knowing what she is? Just as you sensed the potential in Egwene, how do you think I knew you were behind that tree? If I had not been distracted, I would have known the moment you came close. You certainly are not a Trolloc, for me to feel the evil of the Dark One. So what did I sense? Nynaeve, Almira, wisdom of Edmundsfield, an unknowing wielder of the one power. Lan was looking down at Nynaeve in a way she did not like, surprised and speculative. It seemed to her, though, nothing had changed about his face but his eyes. Egwin was special. She had always known that Egwin would make a fine wisdom. They're working together, she thought, trying to put me off balance. I won't listen to any more of this, You must listen, Moiraine said firmly. I had my suspicion in Edmund's Field even before I met you. People told me how upset the wisdom was that she had not predicted. People told me how upset the wisdom was that she had not predicted the hard winter and the lateness of spring. They told me how good she was at foretelling weather, at telling the crops. They told me how wonderful her cures were, how she sometimes healed injuries that should have been crippling. So well there was barely a scar, and not a limb or a twinge. A limp or a twinge. The only ill word I heard about you was from a few who thought you too young for the responsibility. Hugo, what's up? How's it going, brother? How are you? Hi, me, homie. True, brother. Have you written any more, Hugo? Do you have any more of your story to share? We are currently reading Eye of the World. Book 1 of the Sword, or I was about to say Sword of Truth. Wheel of Time. I'm well? Hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about, eh? Get it on, get it up, get it at, get it going, right? That only strengthened, the only ill word I heard about you was from a few who thought you too young for the responsibility, and that only strengthened my suspicions. So much skill, so young. Hopefully I get some writing instead of falling asleep at my chair. Such is a writer's world, right? I'm basically glued to this thing. Mistress Baron taught me well. She tried looking at Lan, but his eyes still made her uncomfortable. So she settled for staring over the Aes Sedai's head at the river. Dare the village gossip in front of an outlander? Who said I was too young? She demanded. Moiraine smiled, refusing to be diverted. Unlike most women who claim to listen to the wind, you actually can sometimes. Oh, it has nothing to do with the wind, of course. It is of air and water. It is not something you needed to be taught. It was born into you, just as it was born into Egwin. But you have learned to handle it, which she still has to learn. 2 minutes later, I came face to face with you, I knew. 2 minutes after I came face to face with you, I knew. Do you remember how? I suddenly asked you if you were the wisdom. Why, do you think? There was nothing to distinguish you from any other pretty young woman getting ready for festival. Even looking for a young wisdom, I expected someone half again your age. Nynaeve remembered that meeting all too well. This woman, more self-possessed than anyone in the woman's circle, in a dress more beautiful than any she had ever seen, dressing her as a child. Then Moiraine had suddenly blinked, as if surprised, and out of a clear sky asked. She licked lips, gone abruptly dry. They were both looking at her. The warder's face as unreadable as a stone, the Aes Sedai's sympathetic yet intent. Nynaeve shook her head. No, it's impossible. I would know. You are just trying to trick me, and it will not work. Of course you do not know, Moiraine said soothingly. Why should you even suspect? All of your life you have heard about listening to the wind. In any case, you would as soon announce to all of Edmund's Field that you were a dark friend as admit to yourself, even in the deepest recesses of your mind, that you have already anything to do with the One Power, or the dreaded Aes Sedai. Amusement flitted across Moraine's face, but I could tell you how it began. I don't want to hear any more of your lies, she said, but the Aes Sedai went on. Perhaps as much as 8 or 10 years ago, the age varies, but always comes young. There was something you wanted more than anything else in the world, something you needed, and you got it. A branch suddenly falling where you could pull yourself out of a pond instead of drowning. a friend or a pet getting well when everyone thought they would die. You thought nothing special at the time, but a week or 10 days later, you and your first reaction to touching the true source, perhaps fever and chills that came on suddenly and put you to bed, then disappeared after only a few hours. None of the reactions, and they vary, last more than a few hours. Headaches and numbness and exhilaration are all mixed together, and you taking foolish chances or acting giddy. Spell of dizziness when you tripped and stumbled whenever you tried to move, when you could not say a sentence without your tongue mangling half the words. There are others, do you remember? Nynaeve sat down hard on the ground. Her legs would not hold her up, she remembered, but she shook her head anyway. It had to be coincidence, or else Moiraine had asked more questions at Edmund's Field than she had thought. The Aes Sedai had asked a great many questions. It had to be that. Lan offered a hand, but she did not even see it. I will go further, Moiraine said when Nynaeve kept silent. You used the power to heal either Perrin or Egwene at some time. An affinity develops. You can sense the presence of someone you have healed. In Berlin, you came straight to the Stag and Lion, though it was not the northeast inn to any gate by which you could have entered. Of the people from Edmund's Field, only Perrin and Egwene were at the inn when you arrived. Was it Perrin or Egwene, or both? Egwene, Nynaeve mumbled. She had always taken it for granted that she could sometimes tell who was approaching her, even when she could not see them. Not until now had she realized that it was always someone to whom her cures had worked almost miraculously well. And she had always known when the medicine would work beyond expectations. Always felt the certainty when she said the crops would be especially good, or that the rains would come early or late. That was the way she thought it was supposed to be. Not all wisdoms could listen to the wind, but the best could. That was what Mistress Barron always said. Just as she said Nynaeve would be one of the best. She had breakbone fever. She kept her head down and spoke to the ground. I was still apprentice to Mistress Barron, and she set me to watch Egwene. I was young. I didn't know the wisdom had everything well in hand. It's terrible to watch. Breakhouse fever. Child was soaked with sweat, grinning and twisting until I could not understand why I didn't hear her bones snapping. Mistress Barron had told me the fever would break in another day, 2 at the most, but I thought she was doing me a kindness. I thought Egwene was dying. I used to look after her sometimes when she was a toddler, when her mother was busy. I started crying because I was going to have to watch her die. When Mistress Barron came back an hour later, the fever had broken. She was surprised, but she made over me more than Egwene. I always thought she believed I had given the child something that was too frightened to admit it. I always thought she was trying to comfort me, to make sure I knew I hadn't hurt Egwene. A week later, I fell on the floor in her sitting room, shaking and burning up by turns. She bundled me into bed, but by supper time it was gone. She dropped her head in her hands as she finished speaking. The Aes Sedai chose a good example, she thought. Light burn her, using the power like an Aes Sedai, a filthy dark friend, Aes Sedai. You were very lucky, Moiraine said, and Nynaeve sat erect. Lan stepped back, as if what they talked about was none of his business, and busied himself with Mandarb's saddle, not even glancing at them. Lucky? You've managed a crude control over the power, even if touching the true source still comes at random. If you had not, it would have killed you eventually. As it will, in all probability, kill Egwene if you manage to stop her from going to Tar Valon. If I learned to control it, Nynaeve swallowed hard. It was like admitting all over again that she could do what the Aes Sedai said. If I learned to control it, so can she. There's no need for her to go to Tar Valon and get mixed up in your intrigues. Moiraine shook her head slowly. Aes Sedai search for girls who can touch the true source unguided just as sedaciously as we search for men who can do so. It is not a desire to increase our numbers, or at least, not only that, nor is it a fear that those women will misuse the power. The rough control of the power they may gain, if the light shines on them, is rare enough to do any great damage, especially since the actual touching of the source is beyond their control without a teacher, and comes only randomly, and, of course, they do not suffer the madness that drives men to evil or twisted things. We want to save their lives, the lives of those who never do manage to any control at all. Fever and chills I had couldn't kill anyone, Nynaeve insisted. Not at 3 to 4 hours, and not the other things, too. And they couldn't kill anybody either. And they stopped after a few months. What about that? Those were only reactions, Moiraine said patiently. Each time, the reaction comes closer to the actual touching of the source, until the two happen almost together. After that, there are no more reactions that can be seen, but it is as if a clock has begun ticking. A year, 2 years. I know one woman who lasted 5 years. Of 4 who have the inborn ability that you and Egwene have, 3 die if we do not find them and train them. It is not as horrible a death as the men die, but neither is it pretty. If any death can be called so. Convulsions, screaming, it takes days, and once it begins, there is nothing that can be done to stop it. Not by all the Aes Sedai and Tar Valon together. You're lying. All those questions you asked in Edmund's Field, you found out about Egwene's fever breaking, about my fever and chills, all of it. You made all of this up. You know I did not, Moiraine said gently. Reluctantly, more reluctantly than she had ever done anything in her life. Nynaeve nodded. It had been a last stubborn effort to deny what was plain, and there was never any good in that, however unpleasant it might be. Mistress Barnes' first apprentice had died the way the Aes Sedai said when Nynaeve was still playing with dolls, and there had been a young woman in Devon Ride only a few years ago. 4! Oh, and it's break time with the ads. The ads are gonna give us a break. We're gonna break it up with the ads. Give us a break, ads a break. Break it up with the ads. The break ads. Break is the ads that gives the ads a break. We're gonna break those ads. Or you. Are you gonna be the one who breaks, or will the ads break first? You never know! Find out next time on Dragon Ball Ads! All right. Wizard's Apprentice, too, the one who could listen to the wind. You've great potential, I think, Moiraine continued. With training, you might become even more powerful than Egwene, and I believe she can become one of the most powerful Aes Sedai we have seen in centuries. Nynaeve pushed herself back from the Aes Sedai as she would have from a viper. No, I'll have nothing to do with this. With what? Myself? She slumped, and her voice became hesitant. I would ask you not to tell anyone about this, please. The word nearly stuck in her throat. She would rather Trollocs It appeared then she had been forced to say please to this woman, but Moiraine only nodded assent, and some of her spirit returned. None of this explains what you want with Rand and Mat and Perrin. The Dark One wants them, Moiraine replied. The Dark One wants a thing. I oppose it. Can there be a simpler reason, or a better? She finished her tea, watching Nynaeve over the rim of her cup. Lan, we must be going. South, I think. I fear the wisdom will not be accompanying us. Nynaeve's mouth tightened in the way the Aes Sedai said wisdom, seemed to suggest she was turning her back on great things in favor of something petty. She doesn't want me along. She's trying to put my back up so I'll go back home and leave them alone with her. Oh yes, I will be going with you. You cannot keep me from it. No one will try to keep you from it, Lan said as he rejoined them. He emptied the tea kettle over the fire and stirred the ashes with a stick. Part of the pattern, he said to Moiraine. Perhaps so, she replied thoughtfully. I should have spoken to Min again. You see, Nynaeve, you are welcome to come. There was a hesitation in the way Lan said her name, and a hint of an unspoken Sedai after it. Nynaeve bristled, taking it for mockery, and bristled too at the way they spoke of things in front of her. Things she knew nothing about, without the courtesy of an explanation. But she would not give them the satisfaction of asking. The warder went on preparing for departure, his economical motions so sure and swift that he was quickly done. Saddlebags, blankets, and all fastened behind the saddles of Mandarb and Aldib. I will fetch your horse, he told Nynaeve, as he finished with the last saddle tie. Started up the riverbank, and she allowed herself a small smile. For the way she had watched him undiscovered, he was going to try to find her horse unaided. He would learn that she left little in the way of tracks when she was stalking. Be a pleasure when he came back empty-handed. Why south? Asked Moiraine. I heard you say one of the boys has crossed the river. And how do you know? She asked Moiraine. Okay, I was really confused. I was like, wait, asked Moiraine? She asked Moiraine. Gave each of the boys a token. Created a bond of sorts between them and me, so long as they are alive and have those coins in their possession. I'll be able to find them. Nynaeve's eyes turned in the direction of the warder. The warder had gone, and Moiraine shook her head. Not like that. Only allows me to discover if they are still alive, and find them should we become separated. Prudent, do you not think, under the circumstances? I don't like anything that connects you with anyone from Edmund's Field, Nynaeve said stubbornly. But if it will help us find them, it will. I would gather the young man across the river first, if I could. For a moment, frustration tinged the Aes Sedai's voice. It's only a few miles from us, but I cannot afford to take the time. She'd make his way down to Whitebridge safely now that the Trollocs have gone. The two who went downriver may need me more. They've lost their coins, and Myrddraal are either pursuing them or else trying to intercept us all at Whitebridge. She sighed. I must take care of the greatest need first. The Myrddraal could have killed them, Nynaeve asked. Moiraine shook her head slightly, denying the suggestion, as if it were too trivial to be considered. Nynaeve's mouth tightened. Where is Egwene, then? You haven't even mentioned her. I do not know, Moiraine admitted, but I hope that she is safe. You don't know, you hope. All that talk about saving her life by taking her to Tar Valon, and she could be dead for all you know. I could look for her and allow the Myrddraal more time before I arrive to help the two young men who went south. It is them the Dark One wants, not her. They would not bother with Egwene, so long as their true quarry remains uncaught. Nynaeve remembered her own encounter, but she refused to admit the sense of what Moiraine said. So the best you have to offer is that she may be alive if she was lucky. Alive, maybe alone, frightened, even hurt, days from the nearest village or help except for us, and you intend to leave her. She may just as easily be safe with the boy across the river. or on her way to Whitebridge with the other two. In any case, there are no longer Trollocs here to threaten her, and she is strong, intelligent, and quite capable of finding her way to Whitebridge alone if need be. Would you rather stay on the chance that she may need help, or do you want to try to help those we know are in need? Would you have me search for her and let the boys and the Myrddraal, who are surely pursuing them, go? As much as I hope for Egwene's safety, Nynaeve, I fight against the Dark One, and for now that sets my path. Moiraine's calm never slipped while she laid out the horrible alternatives. Nynaeve wanted to scream at her, blinking back tears. She turned her face so the Aes Sedai could not see light. A wisdom is supposed to look after all of her people. Why do I have to choose like this? Here is Lan, Moiraine said, raising and settling her cloak about her shoulders. To Nynaeve, it was only a tiny blow as the warder led her horse out of the trees. Still, her lips thinned when he handed her the reins. Would have been a small boost to her spirits if there had been even a trace of gloating on his face instead of that insufferable stony calm. His eyes widened when he saw her face, and she turned back on him to wipe tears from her cheeks. How dare he mock me crying? Are you coming, Wisdom? Moiraine asked coolly. She took one last low look at the forest, wondering if Egwene was out there, before sadly mounting her horse. Lan and Moiraine were already in their saddles, turning their horses south. She followed, stiff-backed, refusing to let herself look back. Instead, she kept her eyes on Moiraine. The Aes Sedai was so confident in her power and in her plans, she thought. But if they did not find Egwene and the boys, all of them, alive and unharmed, not all of her power would protect her. Not all her power. I can use it, woman. You told me so yourself. I can use it against you. Damn. Nynaeve's kind of a bitch. But then again, their view of Aes Sedai is like fucking witches. Like, legitimately, like, how you would imagine, like, they think of witches in, like, the fucking Renaissance. Like, burn, motherfucker, burn! Oh, okay, so we got ourselves an interesting one here. A shoe-on-head video about degeneracy in women's writing, and, like, the Barnes & Noble, and, like, what are women reading in the idea of, holy shit, women like fucked up stuff, apparently. Sex sells. Alright. See what it's all about.
That a lot of women's romance novels have to do with animals. This has been a big problem. A lot of people have been curious about this because women obviously love to criticize men on their preferences of women, but whenever you criticize women on their preferences of men, you would just be categorically wrong because men aren't their preference. Bulls are. Lizards, dragons, werewolves, bears, dogs. Bit of a problem.
Oh, I didn't see you there. What am I reading, you ask? Well, just one of the best-selling books on Amazon right now, with millions of sales and almost 20,000 five-star reviews. This book has been absolutely blowing up, especially on TikTok, or Book Talk, as the kids call it. Thousands and thousands of women in particular have been raving about this piece of literature. What piece of literature is it, you may ask? Well, Morning Glory Milking Farm, of course. a popular romance novel about a young woman down on her luck who does what every young woman does when facing financial struggle. She starts
She tries to have sex with a man, right?
OnlyFans. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. She wouldn't degrade herself like that. She gets a job jerking off monsters.
That's right, the Morning Glory Milking Farm.
I have been reading Morning Glory Milking Farm since last night, and I'm obsessed.
This was a good time. It did not disappoint.
What the fuck? Okay, apparently that's what we need to write, guys.
This is confirming every single suspicion.
Look at all the books in the background.
Every single bias.
Look at the books in the background.
Every single stereotype.
She has like hundreds of these.
That I've been trying to say for a long time, guys. See?
Is trash, then I am a fucking raccoon. Give me all of the garbage.
Get your eyeballs on this because it is so good.
Female gooner
my
epidemic.
God.
I regret to inform you that there is a new epidemic. An epidemic that many have yet to discuss. And that epidemic is female gooners. Now,
Wow.
for those of you unaware, gooner is internet slang for someone addicted to
Porn, yes.
And smut is slang for dark romance novels, otherwise known as porn. Many correct about the dangers of porn addiction with men, how it can destroy their lives and their relationships, and most men know the material they consume is weird. That is why they are ashamed of it.
Yes.
That's why they delete their browser history.
That's
That's why
correct.
they go
Yeah.
incognito.
The if I ever die, first thing you do is delete my browser history.
These bitches freaks out here. They display
That's what's so crazy
Here,
about it.
remember how many times I bring this up? Barnes and Noble, fucking okay. Hear me out, and it's literally fucking women, fucking like demons. That's a centaur and shit. Yeah, guys, we need to write some good old fashioned smut. Spend 6 hours tomorrow. Write up a good smut smack.
All of these girls think that, oh my God, this is so horrible. You like women that look this way. Meanwhile, they're attracted to a motherfucking. Look at what this is.
Oh my god.
That's a lizard. That's not a that's a motherfucking lizard right there. You see that? And you're mad that guys like girls with larger than average chests. And you're reading a book about having sex with a lizard. What the hell is going on?
True, brother. True.
their smut openly in bookstores.
Yes.
They proudly pose in front of their smut collections. They discuss their smut openly on TikTok.
Yep.
They go to smut conventions and get choked out
God.
by 9-foot-tall shirtless Wendigos. Now,
Yeah.
I know what you are thinking. Shoo, isn't this the pot calling the kettle degenerate?
What do
Yes.
you mean?
Yes, it is. But have you considered it takes one to truly know one? You see, women are strange, fascinating creatures. For centuries, men have tried to figure us out. Our mood is
Yeah.
affected by the tides and the moon. We
Nobody
bleed
knows
for 5
why.
days and don't die. By painting my face, I can instantly shapeshift from a 4 to a 6. We are
Oh,
truly
wow.
mysterious, magical creatures. But one of the most mysterious aspects of women to men is our sexuality. You see, us women are not like those disgusting moids. No, we are sophisticated. We are evolved. We don't watch
Sure.
videos
Yeah,
of strangers
guys.
slapping their sweaty bodies together.
Yeah,
no,
you read a
we-
book about it.
You read about strangers
right.
slapping their sweaty
Yes.
bodies together. It's different, okay? You don't understand.
Of course.
It's okay when we do it. So, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the rapidly growing popularity of dark romance on TikTok and the recent dark romance convention.
And they've been
that
doing
ended
this
in
for a
disaster.
long time, by the way. This isn't anything new. There was
Yup.
a girl in my Warcraft guild in Burning Crusade that used to put peanut butter on herself and have her dog eat her out. So it's not like this is a new phenomenon or anything like that. This has been going on for a long time. No, it's just the way it is.
Let's
That's
take
just
a
what
break
happened.
from all this depressing
What?
political news and talk about
What?
something silly.
True.
That's
Not
what
that
happened.
those political things aren't important. Trust me, they are. You should be keeping up with politics and the news when you can. I know it can be difficult to do, but fear not. I have an app for that. So before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to our sponsor, Ground News.
I'm not a girl
Ground
that
News
uses
is a
ice
website
cream.
and
You need
an app
Raymond
that
here.
gives
He just
readers
did
an easy way to
an
read
essay
news
on
from
Ground
all across
News
the
and
spectrum.
I thought that said grinder.
the idea
From left,
of
right,
it being
and
like
center. Every
left or
story
I
right.
think it's
There's
actually really
like
common.
there's not enough of the
Political bias
spectrum,
that helps you
right? Kind of
understand-
idea. It's
I
like
am of
pulling
the mindset
everything
that a lot of
together
this,
and stuff like that.
degenerate, weird stuff that people do is actually way more common than you might expect, and people pretend like it's not
Yeah.
for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I think it's quite common.
100%.
Story and
Way,
people
way
are
more
getting
common.
on
People
both
just
sides.
people are
One of my
ashamed,
favorite
so they don't talk
features
about
on
it.
Ground News is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the political aisle and ignored by the other.
Yeah, I
For
wonder
example,
why.
here's a story about how Gavin Newsom is signing a bill to give 800,000 Uber and Lyft drivers in California
wow.
the right to unionize. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I
Rare
guess.
Newsom W.
Yeah.
12 news sources covered this. 7 were left-wing and 0 were right-wing, because the right is covering a far more important topic. Harvard hires drag performer Lahore Vagistan
As
as a visiting professor.
yep. Yep.
We've got to get rid of democracy.
True.
Oh, this has been such a fucking mistake, bro. Like,
Look at old school RuneScape. Anyone who knows any of the old school RuneScape, the fact that noobs can vote is fucking retarded. They don't know anything about the game. They're just changing it, and they turned it into fucking RuneScape 3.
Like, what are we doing here?
Then they had to go and make old school RuneScape, just like they had to make fucking classic WoW.
Three were right-wing, 1 was left-wing. A country divided, truly.
Yes.
Ground News also makes it very easy to compare headlines, so you can see how political bias completely reframes a story. For
Absolutely.
example, talking about how Trump has been posting a bunch of those sombrero
Yeah.
memes, and the New York Post says, White House official behind Trump's hilarious meme war on Dems revealed. And then a left-wing outlet covers the same story, like, as the shutdown continues, a checked-out Trump posts childish memes.
It's obviously
Wildly different
opinionated.
vibes going on here. I've been using
See,
Ground News since
those don't really bother me. But, like, and here's another example of what happens. Like, I think this is a much more common example, is that you look at NBC News, federal authorities charge a man with sending a threatening letter to the home of conservative influencer who has deep ties to the Trump administration. And they use a photo of, obviously, Benny Johnson here. And, you know, it makes him look like he's the bad guy. They're intentionally trying to make him look like the bad guy with, like, this ominous face, etc. But he's to do... Yeah, exactly. And this is the type of stuff that news...
Even though
really
he is
does
the
very
one
well.
who they were sending
They
death
don't
threats
really
to.
lie in a lot of cases, but they just very slightly manipulate the way that they explain things in order to make it seem like it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Benny's always smiling. It's crazy they found that picture. Yeah, why do you think they picked this picture? And my opinion is, with a lot of this stuff, like, yeah, a mistake can happen. Things like this can go wrong. But why is it that every single time that something like this happens, it's always
Benny
in
Affleck.
the disadvantageous position of these people, and it's always in the advantageous
Could be AI
position
pictures,
of these
true.
other people? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because it wasn't a mistake. You're doing it on purpose, and
Yeah.
you always were. You're lying. And so I think that more people need to call this out, but both sides do it. I think they do. You're right. But this is obviously a great example of it. I saw it the other day. It was very annoying for me to see this, especially whenever you're trying to make a person who's been victimized out to be an aggressor.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's subversion, so you can't you can't name it outright as being wrong. I don't think that's the reason. I think that really the reason why companies do this is they're banking on the lack of education that the average voter has and the inability of a voter to be able to distinguish between semantic and
Preach.
literary manipulation because they're just simply uneducated.
Yep.
I think that's really the reason why it's happening.
True.
21. It is one of my favorite apps. Like, it is my go-to, like, when I wake up.
For a tangent
I, like,
from an
check
ad?
Twitter,
Yes.
and then I check Ground News, like, immediately.
made me mad.
But don't just take my word for it. Even the
I didn't
Nobel
like it.
Peace Center called it an excellent way
Why
to
we
stay
hate
informed, avoid
ads.
echo chambers,
No.
and expand your worldview. Best of all,
Shows
I
that
am
it's
currently offering
at least it's a step in the right
40%
direction,
off
right?
your
Like Raymond pointed out,
to access all their amazing
relying
features.
100%
It's
on
only
it is the
$5
problem,
which is like
right?
basically the price of a coffee nowadays.
Yeah.
So go to
$20?
ground.news/shoe or use the QR code here on screen. Or
See,
use
she
the link
dances
in the
like
video
me.
description. So thank you to
Wow.
Ground News for sponsoring this video.
Guys.
And thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
That's me.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's get back to the video. Book Talk is a very interesting
Somebody says I agree with you, but that's a pretty lame example. That's only deceptive if you're stupid.
Yeah, but the 90% of people are fucking stupid.
Do I have to tell them?
Guys, do we have to tell them?
And any book fans out there know how it is absolutely
A person is smart,
destroyed
people
the
are
quality of
dumb.
literature and
True.
just flooded it with absolute slop. Spicy slop. You see,
Yeah.
books on TikTok are not rated by how well they are written or how good the characters are.
how many
No,
people
they are
like 'em,
rated
right?
by the spice. And what does
What?
spice mean?
Porn.
Porn.
Yes.
Yup.
It means porn. Spice level is very important to book talkers. How much spice does a book have? What are the spiciest books they have ever read? How spicy?
Why is it always white women?
Yep.
What the fuck? Why do you think? I can't say why. Maybe in a couple years, whenever things are a little bit. I have oh man.
Oh,
if there were no rules on this website, I could go on about this for an hour. Okay?
Is the book they're currently reading. Spice, Spice, Spice. The spiciest book going viral on Book Talk lately is none other than Morning Glory Milking Farm by C.M. Nascosta. Violet is a typical down-on-her-luck millennial, mid-20s, overeducated, and drowning in debt. Oh my god!
Yeah, that's so me, right?
She's just like me!
Exactly. Yep, I fucking knew it.
On the verge of moving into her parents' basement, when a lifeline appears in the form of a very unconventional job in the neighboring Cambric Creek.
Yes.
She has no choice but to grab it with both hands. Morning Glory Farm offers
Jesus
full-time hours,
Christ.
full benefits, and generous pay with no experience needed. There's only one catch. The clientele is
Just say it.
grade
Just say
A
it.
certified prime beef
Yeah.
with the manly, meaty endowments to... Okay.
Morning Glory Milking Farm is actually a profound critique of late-stage capitalism and toxic masculinity.
no.
In this text, we see
No,
that the
this is she's joking. I don't no. There's no way. There's no way I don't believe
tingling
it.
sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of the Marxist revolution.
Yeah, no way. No, it's gotta be a
This
meme.
is every fucking breadtube video to me, dude. This is every Jack Saint video. So I actually read the book myself, and I'm not gonna lie, the 19th Amendment needs to be abolished. So, like...
I don't have a comment on that.
Pretty sure that's the one
like I
where
said,
women
the
can
story is
vote.
basically this
isn't it?
millennial named Violet, and she gets a job basically working at Big Pharma in Narnia, where they harvest Minotaur milk to make Viagra for human males.
Oh God.
And I read the whole thing.
Yeah, how was it?
Kind of watch list. But listen, this is my job, okay? I'm not out here.
Yeah,
like,
this could be like everybody asks, like, you know, because whenever I said that 85% of the population should be disenfranchised and shouldn't be allowed to vote.
True.
I think that Trump should subpoena all of Amazon's sales of this book and then find out every person who bought this book, and then they can't vote anymore. And I think we could do this, because if you read the Constitution, it says everybody has the right to vote. Okay, they can vote. But nobody ever says that they have the right to have the vote counted, right? So they can vote, it's just that we don't count those votes.
True. That's the best way to do it.
So
Everyone can vote,
never
we
said
only
anything about
count certain
counting
people.
votes. They
Yeah.
always said something about
Yeah.
being able to
Yeah.
vote.
Yeah. Legit.
So why not, right?
Yeah, true.
It's a loophole.
We'd have a way better fucking
what I do
community,
is
let's
far
just
more
say it that
dignified
way.
and normal.
Yeah.
Now, let's take a look at some of these notes I wrote. Let's see. Big dick and balls. At one point, she says the term, and I quote,
Pull it up.
the seam of his sack. So I'm reading this, and the whole time I'm thinking, like, okay, he probably has, like, a human head, right? He probably, like, looks something like this. Like, you know, just a dude
No.
with, like, horns. Then
No.
I see the official artwork. That's a...
That's the official artwork.
cow.
That's a cow.
Bro is a cow. Bro
Yeah.
is a straight up
That's
cow.
it, yeah.
In a few parts, they're being intimate, and it will be like, his hooves clip-clopped. My hooves will tear up your sheets. And it's like...
It's not even good.
I'm sorry, his what? At one point, she describes kissing him. And I swear to God, it was more disgusting than anything else described in this book. She's like describing how big and wide his mouth is and how big and like slimy his tongue is. She's like describing this shit and you're just like, that's a cow. I mean, we are at a solid
non-humanoid creature.
This is, yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a lot monster fucker spectrum. See, this is the old one. See, like you used to have this was an old one. Furry chart.
Oh yeah, I've brought this up before.
Yeah, this was it. Let me see. I'll pull it up and you guys can see it. Okay. And so now they have a new one. I guess this is the one for the new generation. But this was the old one that everybody remembers back from 3,000 years ago. And blame Twilight. I think Twilight was the icebreaker for this. You're right about that. Yeah, and you go back and you watch Twilight, and that's pretty fucking normal compared to this.
Yeah.
Scale here.
The fuck
This
is that?
Dangerous territory, folks. She also f***ers his ass. She f***ers the cow's ass. By the way, if you want an uncensored version of this video and all my videos, Patreon. Go to Patreon.
Totally normal.
Yeah,
that's what people do.
Version of every video, so you can hear me talking about and f***ing a cow's ass. Is that what you freaks want? Anyway, I like how in this fantasy world, student loans still exist. Like, we can imagine a world with...
So, oh my god. I think that really goes to show how bad it is for these girls. They can imagine themselves fucking a minotaur, but they can't imagine losing their student loans.
Minotaurs and humans in a relationship, but we can't imagine a world without student loans. Sad. Oh, and he has one of those bull rings, like the nose ring theory septum rings.
That's so all the weird fatties that read the book will feel like he's one of them.
It's a world that means like you're married, but apparently he's divorced. The man is divorced. This is a divorced cow with a cow ex-wife. The lore is deep.
How do you know it's a cow ex-wife?
The funniest part,
is that part of the book?
They go on a date. I need
God.
Just read this to you. When the bill arrived, she attempted to pull a handful of carefully folded bills from her wristlet.
Whoa, wait. Like, I mean, wait, hold up. Wait a minute. So she goes to like a restaurant with a cow? What the fuck is going on?
Before he stopped her. No, that's absolutely not happening.
Yeah, probably wasn't a steakhouse, was it? It's a fantasy world?
The irony of going to a steakhouse is a fucking minotaur.
She not thought about it until the day after their first dinner together, realizing that in mortification that she ought to have attempted to pay her half. What kind of feminist are you? She asked.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
This is the 19th Amendment. That's it?
Oh my god.
That's the one, huh? Okay.
Asked herself. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been out and hadn't paid for her half, including her coffee date with Carson Tinsley. She had come prepared that night, several weeks of her tips smoothed and tucked into her wristlet. But I didn't even offer to pay half the other night and shouldn't have. Violet, if the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't silenced her. The heat of his hand dropping to her knee would've. I don't want you to feel that you don't have any agency here. I might be the one giving all the orders, but you hold all the cards. Your comfort is the only thing that counts right now. And if I overstep,
and to think that these girls are complaining about guys talking to AI companions. And to think, bro.
Projection!
Well, I think maybe in a year I might be able to answer that question. Like, we're not far enough to where I could answer that question and not get in trouble.
to know you can tell me so, but that's not happening. Don't think I'm unaware we're at different points in our careers. You can say no, you can say you don't want to see me again. You can tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working. It's dinner, not a down payment of your time. But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone. So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story.
Man.
She was a good feminist, she told herself, and she definitely couldn't be bought. But if he had suggested at that moment...
So the female fucking fantasy is to... It's all ego. Everything about it is ego. This is insane to me. It's a self-insert. I mean, what do you think? They all are like this. Yeah, reject. Yeah, and how does a cow get money? Like, what about that? I mean, I guess that it like.
His seed is
She
good.
would have appreciated a blowjob. She would have fallen face first on his cock with an open mouth, without a shred of hesitation. Inside every woman, there are two wolves.
Oh my god.
Or two bowls. The strong, independent girl boss and the submissive, doting housewife.
Yeah.
And in the presence of a masculine man, or a farmer, she will fold like a lawn
a cow.
Farm.
chair and instantly return to factory settings.
It's dinner, not a down payment for your time.
She's reading. Oh god.
But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone. So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story. I said, okay, I highlighted that paragraph for myself.
What a world we live in! Well, you know what to write, guys.
Clean up aisle 5.
Because you could all write better than that. Everyone here can write better than that.
What are the reviews?
So are you willing to drop yourself to that level?
That's the kind of person.
I try to write at least the pure smut I write is at least integral.
You need help because you're a gooner. Okay, you have to understand that. That's the person that's telling you that there's something wrong with you because you like women with, you know, like whatever preference that you have. That's the one. So a 4.1K, a 3.6, 59,000 ratings. Millions of people bought this book. I guarantee it. One of
on Amazon with 21,000 ratings, and a 3.6 on Goodreads with nearly 60,000 ratings. Let's just read some random.
So
ones
is it just
here.
get?
Hear me out.
Hear me out.
Hear me out.
Fuck.
A milking good time. Sweet and creamy. The spice is spicing. I was very leery of starting this because I thought it was just going to be porn. The plot is pretty good.
Jesus Christ.
Plot? Please. This is like the new, I read Playboy for the articles.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you do. This book could kill a Victorian child. 5.
I'll never look at a jug of...
Oh, God. Oh.
I'll be right
Too much. This is too much.
We got a real situation.
Oh my fucking god. And the book only needs to be like 75,000 words. Like.
Okay. Give me a minute. We're back. So, a jug of milk, huh? How about that?
That's something else.
Stars, I'll never look at a jug of milk the same. I think I'm lactose intolerant now. So that happened.
Yeah.
Our eyes will never see the gates of heaven.
That's
1
true.
star, not a helpful guide. This book failed to teach me how to milk a cow, and now my family has no food for it. 1 star, accidentally ordered while on pain medication after an operation.
Okay, that's the only one that's acceptable.
This to my mom as a joke gift for Christmas. You what? Lesai. Why can't human males be more like this?
There we go.
Poor, rich, and handsome are no longer enough,
No.
boys. Now you have to be a 9-foot-tall creature from Greek mythology with a 13-inch dick. I never want to hear from another
Only
person about how they
13?
read 100 books in a year if this is the kind of slop they are consuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ronald, man detected.
Yeah.
This isn't for you. This is for women. So take your ass back to Barely Legal Babysitter 5 or whatever the you watch that is so morally superior than this. Let him who is without sin
Yeah.
cast the first stone, okay? God
Yeah,
bless
I mean,
America.
a lot of guys, I mean, you had guys pre-ordering the Little Tay OnlyFans for 7 years. When she turned 18, you do the math, right? And so, like, I do think that it's just bad, bro. Like, it's bad out there. Like, things are getting crazy.
Yup.
And you know what I think? I think it's just about to get worse.
America. It's great to live in a country where I can casually enjoy cozy erotica about
Yeah.
a young woman who milks her way to financial security and true love with a minotaur.
And also, wait a minute. By the way, so all of the women buying this, their fantasy book is basically them jerking a guy off for money. That's it?
Yup. Alright. Sounds about right.
I feel like, you know, it's one of those things where the more things change, the more they stay the same.
This is what freedom looks like, and I intend to fully
How
enjoy
about
it
that?
before the Supreme Court takes this right away next. If this is what freedom looks like,
Yeah.
I'm really rethinking my stance on freedom.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Yup.
See?
Maybe we should
I told
have
you
less
guys.
of it. All
I
know
told
is
you
if
guys.
Donald Trump takes the monster porn, we are going to make 2020 look like a picnic.
Yeah.
Okay. Bulk matters. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Edit
yeah.
that out. Editor, edit that out. Women are gonna be picking
Uh-oh.
up Animal
No.
Farm now. Like, where's the horse? Some of you people always certain.
Yeah, they're watching, they're reading another type of Animal Farm.
Apologies. This book has way too many 5
Uh-huh.
stars. Some of you are lying. So after buying this book, Amazon has given me a few interesting recommendations. Would you like to see them?
No.
I accidentally summoned a demon.
Oh.
Boyfriend. That time I got drunk and saved a demon. Gentling the beast. Cupcakes for my orc enemy. Main of my existence.
Oh my god. Oh my
The
god.
gargoyle and the spinster. The widow and the orc.
No.
Hoarded by the dragon. There's
That's a little, but that's not even, it's not, that's not even that's literally just a dragon. It's not even like a guy with horns or anything. It's just, that's a lizard.
dragon. There's something about dragons. Getting it on with gargoyles. Got
What? Book 1. Oh no. There's more than one of these.
gargoyles. Gotten by the gator. Mated to the mountain bear. Oh,
Mated?
So this
So
is
that's why they chose the bear, right? That's what she's gonna say?
why they chose the bear.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is insane.
A billionaire orc. Moth manager. Wolves and whipped cream. The wolf in my tavern.
Straight up. This is crazy.
Pounded by produce.
Okay, this one's got to be a joke, right? I mean, like, this has got to be a joke. Like, there's no way, guys. There's no way.
Are these the books the Nazis burned?
I mean,
and so I think it's about time that I.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating for burning books, but damn, man, some people shouldn't be allowed to write.
It's called Morning Glory Milking Farm. And
That poor man. Oh no. You gotta take her internet away. You gotta get her back to like making butter or something like that, right? Like taking care of chickens.
So I don't believe anything I see on the internet.
It's not a normal milking farm like with cows. What it is it's big, bulky minotaurs, and it's a special type of milking.
See, honey, she's his stepsister.
My favorite part about this is that I don't even know if there is a husband there.
Fuck, where's Smokey when you need him, man?
But it could just be her talking to herself.
Sister, and she got stuck in the washing machine again. Women on TikTok are openly proudly talking about the porn they consume and getting mad at people when they make fun of it.
Yes.
I hereby ban men from reacting to romantasy on TikTok.
You've got to understand, Jezebel is just a website for a bunch of fat women to complain about men. That's all. That's all there is to it. I mean, it's not you're not gonna read anything interesting on here. That's all there is to it.
Best-selling romantasy books like A Court.
Yeah, it's like a Karen base of operations.
Roses and A Fourth Wing contain descriptions of hot sex.
Yeah.
I feel like that's common knowledge, if not their primary purposes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
But in recent months, book talk has become full of men clutching their pearls while reacting to steamy scenes from these popular female-centered books. Obviously, this is all a massive performance. We live in the age of OnlyFans. The odds are that these men have seen actual porn that defies the laws of physics and God. Over 90% of men between the ages...
Yeah, but the difference is that they do it in incognito mode. They don't do it on their main account.
Yeah. Main PC, dude. I have my own PC for that shit. Literally my own fucking PC.
Like a flower or something like that can suck your dick, go ahead. Or a bull, or a lizard, or some other... Like, I could come up with a lot of these.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day...
Oddly specific.
Do it in incognito mode and delete your fucking history. Nobody needs to see this.
Yep. Do we need to add spice to Stoner Girl evolution? Oh god. Ruin it. Absolutely ruin it.
You have to understand that, yeah, that's right.
All of these guys are shocked by the sex itself. What they are gawking at is sex from the perspective of female desire, scenes that depict women coming first and frequently. And what they are surprised by is the women they know love these scenes. In one video, a guy declares, "Now I know why women enjoy book clubs and wine." But his astonishment in itself is astonishing. Like, what do you think adult women were into? Not having sex and drinking wine? Grow up. Imagine...
Well, I think that they were just hoping that they would... imagining it with a guy.
Yeah, not an animal, right?
I mean, like, I think this is definitely, I mean, this is a lot, right? I mean, it's a lot. Like a human, like not a zucchini.
A group of men sitting around.
Why are we getting upset about these ugly Karens? It's fine. They'll stay alone with their fantasy gargoyle for the rest of their lives.
Oh, that's
okay,
true.
So this is the thing: is that the reason why it annoys me is because these are the same ones that are liking tweets that are trying to tell developers of video games that people shouldn't expect to have attractive female characters. And the reason why, here's the reason why, it's because they're fat and old, and they don't like seeing young, attractive women because it makes them feel insecure. That's the entire reason why. There's no fine print. There's no other reason. That's the beginning, middle, and end of what their problem is. That's it. The bear from Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, but that was like a joke, right? I mean, in a way.
It was also a shapeshifter.
Drinking wine.
That's a little different, right? He's a druid that can turn into a bear.
That is what you guys are essentially doing. It's just funny, okay? Like, it's funny.
Yeah.
Are we really going to pretend that a story about a young woman getting a job milking mythical creatures to pay off her student debt is not funny? It's funny. If that makes me a sexist, misogynist...
I just think that the funniest thing is that, you know, you've come full circle horseshoe theory with feminism here, right? where women are such feminists and they care so much about equality that their idea of a fantasy is sucking a dude's dick for money. Like, I really, I mean, you could go all the way around and we're back to the beginning.
Fucking love it.
You got me. To act like you are so different and above
A Minotaur,
the
no,
other
dude, that's
gooners
true.
is just, it's silly. I'm sorry, but you are no different than Joe Schmo.
Some guys
Your
that feminized
kid,
men
fat
left
baby
out.
Latinas in Space 12.
I
You're
see.
sitting there all
True,
night
bro,
looking at
true.
acting like you're so superior because you can perfectly envision a horse spinning 360 degrees in your mind.
Wow.
I'm not impressed.
Wow.
The scenes these men are reading, to many people, myself included, are insanely sexy. But purely in terms of the acts being described, they aren't all that lurid. And as many of the comments on these videos point out, there's much wilder stuff out there.
Yep.
For example, these men have clearly not yet discovered knotting, a popular term
Oh,
in
yeah.
right
Oh,
now that
God.
involves werewolves whose penises get so swollen after sex they have to stay inside their partners until the swelling subsides.
That minor internet
I'm gonna be
celebrity
honest,
shoe on head.
I didn't
yeah.
know about that.
You did? He didn't know about nodding?
That's impressive. I learned something.
He
today.
didn't know about nodding?
No. And
Well,
I've never heard of that before.
Okay. I had neighbors that bred dogs. So, in breeding season, you'd see them in the backyard stuck to each other. Just kind of the way it is.
Really? No, I never have. That's the first time.
Oh.
That's from canines. All furries know it. That would be why. That's pretty tame. Well, it's not that crazy, no. But like, I'd never heard of it.
Oh, honey, that's not a popular trend in romantasy. That's just a thing real dogs do. Oh, you
Wait,
just don't
what?
get it. You don't
Yeah.
know what knotting is. What are these women reading, bro? What happened to that, like, stupid fucking corny
So it
Hallmark
is. This is. So it's furry vocabulary. Okay, got it. Understood.
thing, going home for Christmas to your hometown and falling in love with the cute farmer boy. What happened to that? We used to
Well,
make
it's not the farmer boy. It's the farmer animals.
fun of that. We truly did not know what we had.
Yeah, it's not that
until
much
it was
different,
gone.
right?
Now women out here fantasizing about getting their asses clapped by demons and werewolves and goblins and
Yes.
ghouls.
So-
I remember when 50 Shades of Grey came.
So, Hugo, do you think I should write the most disgusting, most fucked up story and see if I can sell it on Amazon? Because I think I can. I think I could definitely write better than these people, and I've already proven that my smut has sold on Amazon. So, you know. And I really, really enjoy writing erotica. I don't even know if I can. Well, I mean, I guess we're already kind of talking about this, but yeah. So, it's origin story. Let's go with, because I'm like, where do I start? Because it's kind of, it starts with an origin story of basically like kind of like a mating ritual where it's like kind of a test of fertility to see, you know, it's like, okay, you know how, okay, let's say this, you know how Indians worship cows, right? So this is kind of like the, oh, your husband was reincarnated as a cow, so you have to like remarry him, right? And at first it's like, yo, what the fuck? No, that's not what it's kind of about. And then eventually you kind of fall in love with him again because, you know, some sort of vibe or some shit like that, right? And then, of course, you have kids, and then those kids are minotaurs, and, you know, then it's like kind of like the story about the sun, and he's a minotaur, and you know all the chicks want his dick, but then it turns out that when they meet his dad, they actually want his dad's dick, and then you know from there it's like the fight between all the friends, and then they're just like, oh well, you know, we could fuck them both, it doesn't really matter, right? And yeah, and then you wind up with like a couple of centaurs, and you know things kind of progress from there. They expand out onto like the rest of the thing, being like, well, you know, maybe you have like another place where they like worship camels or like worship horses, like stuff like that, right? You have another as like a fantasy world, right? Where it's like all of these different countries are mating with different animals because it's a religious thing, right? Do something like that. I don't know, there's a ton of fucking shit you can do with it that I think is like way more interesting than something that's like simple, right? What do you think, Hugo? Does any of that sound viable in any way? I mean, that's like 5 or 6 different ideas, right? Who knows which one you want to follow down, though? Could use one for each of them, right? Go a religious route, you could go a sacrificial route, you could go a like divorce route, like you know you hate your husband, he never fucks you anymore, so now and you do it for like divorced housewives and stuff like that. So you know the only thing that ever did is one day you woke up and you know your dog was humping you and you just kept doing it, and then one day you just didn't stop him, and yeah, you know, it just goes on from there. So you can come up with some pretty fucked up ideas. So it's like, would you really want to write that? It's like, hey, if it fucking sells, I mean... And it's like, if I've already sold... It's like, I've already sold erotica, so I've already kind of, you know, sullied my name in a way. So it's kind of, you know, I've put myself down the pothole in a way.
Came out and people were like, oh my god, this is so crazy. Women are crazy. 50 Shades of Grey looks like missionaries through a bedsheet for the sole purpose of procreation compared to the average woman on TikTok is reading. Christian Grey was a human man and not a fucking dog. We fantasize about dating the quiet, shy, nerdy girl. You know, she's innocent, she's pure, she's not like those other girls like going out clubbing and hooking up with random men. No, she's at home, curled up by the fire in a blanket, reading a book. Except that book is about f***ing a half man, half bull. Let me let you in on it.
I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, this is bad. Yeah, it's a lot. Can we agree this is demonic, my fellow Christians? Hey, guys, I've been hearing a lot about another set of the Crusades. I've been hearing about people talking about that a lot recently.
Want to see a TikTok based on a Tumblr meme that I enjoy? Sure, post it in the chat there, Hugo. But what do you think of any of those ideas, right? Are those ideas worthy? Think that those ideas would sell? Oh my god, fuck off. Fucking annoying. Stay away from the animal love. Too on the nose. But that's literally that's the whole point, Hugo. That's the whole point. Is the generation. You go from, then you have a Minotaur. But you have to have the lore as to why the Minotaur exists. The actual story is about the Minotaur. Right? Or the Centaur, or whatever it is. The half-breed, because their parents did whatever, right? The story is about them and their journey. That's what makes it deep and lore, because it's like, oh, they're the only one of their kind because their parent did it through some cult ritualization. Kind of like I figure what's going to happen in Country Girl's story. Does that make sense? But yeah, I have no idea what this is. Let's find out.
A fair maiden knocks on the goth lady's door and says she's here to find love. The goth sighs, points across the road and says, The witch is over there. He doesn't do love potions because consent, but he might be able to make you prettier, although 90% of the time it turns out the spell didn't do anything but make you more confident. Maiden blushes and sheepishly explains that she knows he's the witch. She just talked to him and he sent her over here. Garth looks over her shoulder to see the Kimbo witch standing outside his house, giving her a grin and a double thumbs up.
Okay. I don't get it at all, Hugo. I don't get it at all.
Way more of a freak than the average hoe. Are you kidding me? It's not even close. The average hoe might have a body.
Nah, this is true. There was this one girl that
I like
was
the
talking
adventures
to,
of
and I
Himbo Witch
introduced
and
her
Goth
to a
Girl.
game
I don't know what
called
that
The
is,
Coffin of
Hugo.
Andy and Laylee. And 3 days later, I mean, we were still friends at this point, I thought, but she decided that we were more than that. And she sent me like a fucking like 7 pages of like some erotica story that she wrote about the 2 characters. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god. That's a lot.
Count of like 15 or so, but the quiet nerdy girl is fantasizing about getting back shots from Cthulhu.
It's the first draft.
That is at least 100 bodies. Now listen, there's
Oh,
nothing.
but that's a pretty pretty like common thing. So the guy that did this right here.
Yeah, he was
he also
did
paintings and
that were, like,
artistry of women
erotica.
being pleasured by an octopus.
Tentacle hentai. He created tentacle hentai.
So this has been going on for a while. It really is.
Of course, he's Japanese.
Nothing inherently wrong with fantasizing, okay?
Oh,
There's
yeah.
nothing wrong
Release
with
the Kraken?
roleplay. You know, fiction is fiction.
That means something different, okay?
Right? You know, you're not actually going to bang your stepsister, right?
Yeah.
These women are not actually going to bang a cow. Or at least I hope not.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
know about
well-
that. I think that there's, I mean, like, why would you say that, I mean, like, really, why would you say that? I mean, there was that girl in my Warcraft guild. I mean, fuck, like, I feel like it's...
People have died
like,
from this.
I wonder what this is, oh god, this is, I'm not even gonna ask the question. I wonder what the probability is that people do weird shit like this with their pets. I wonder, like, what is the percentage? Is it 3%? Is it 0.3%? Is it 15%? I don't want to know, but I'm curious.
Scary numbers. Scary fucking numbers.
Because I bet it's higher than you think.
Ask Grok. Someone said ask
We all know
Grok.
there's a difference between fantasy and reality. Well, what happens when they try to bring
Ask
fantasy
Hassan.
into
Oh my
reality?
god.
Well,
Hassan's uncle.
you get Sinners and Stardust.
What? Do you want your biggest dreams to become a reality? What is this? That guy was
What
kind
in the eyes wide?
He's a fucking legend. What is that?
Shut is going on here. Sinners and Stardust was
Oh.
supposed to be a dark romance ball
Mhm.
for romantasy authors and fans alike. So what's the big deal? Seems like a fun, sexy time, right? Maybe, if you're a woman. If you're a man,
Yeah.
the night may have gone a little differently for you.
Uh-huh.
Alright, y'all, it appears I have to make a post that I'm frankly
Oh,
pretty goddamn
no.
upset I have
Oh,
to make.
Jesus.
This post is for the readers who don't understand consent and boundaries only. A lot of you may know my good friend Animus. He's attended a signing of mine in the past and obviously is a musical
Yeah.
artist. This past weekend, he attended Sinners and Stardust and probably had one of the most heartbreaking experiences. So
Right.
listen, he's a man, right? But do we think that means it's okay to put your hands all over him without consent? Or to put your
Yeah. This is what people do.
Yep.
They do this. This is super common, by the way. It's extremely common. Like, you go to a convention, people will touch you in all kinds of ways. Like, I've had this happen even to me. Like, people have done this. I think it's probably been like maybe 3 or 4 times, something like that, as people have inappropriately touched me at a convention. And nobody cares. I hate being touched. I mean, I don't really say this a lot, right? Because it's not a big, like, I don't like encouraging it because I don't really like it. But I really mean this. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Like, it's not like if somebody touches me in a certain way, it's going to make me gay, right? So, like, I don't really give a shit. But, like, you're not supposed to do it.
Yeah.
Right? You're not supposed to do this. Gage? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, I'm actually, like, it literally, like, whenever it happened, I was just like, okay, well, all right. Well, anyway, I'll see you later. And I was like, well, you want to get a hot dog? Like, I didn't even think about it. Like, straight up. I never even thought about it. Yeah, I never even considered it. And it's, I don't know, like, maybe I'm a weird guy. But, like, yeah, no, there's a lot of inappropriate touching that happens at all kinds of conventions like this. Like, it's super
Women
super
just
common.
assume that all men want it.
Hands at his waistband or down.
Which is what they think men think about them, which is
That's
quite
a lot.
fucking funny.
Quite literally back him into a corner and touch all over him to the point that he literally cannot tell how many hands are on him and whose are whose. Do we think it's okay to send him into an actual panic attack because of this? Furthermore, do we think it's okay to interrogate him and insist he detail how he'd kidnap a woman?
What the fuck?
Despite him repeatedly saying he wouldn't do that, and you know that shit is fiction.
Yeah.
And then attempt to follow him when he tries to get away.
What the fuck is going on?
Enough. During the time of this mob, him and another author received notification that an air tag was tracking him, which showed on his person all the way to his hotel room.
This is crazy, bro. Like, see, this is...
Women are fucked, man.
There's a like, remember, like, you think about all the, again, I've said this before, how many ancient societies have some form of female-coded mythological creature that
siren,
is a
succubus,
sex-crazed animal that will suck the life out of you? There's like 3 I can think of right off the top of my fucking head. There's no, like, how is it
Nymph,
that every
Naga,
single ancient society came to the
Medusa.
same conclusion? Like,
Yeah.
what do you think the odds are of that? Isn't that interesting?
Harpies.
They molested this guy until he passed out from anxiety.
Yeah.
And then they put a f***ing tracker on him in order to stalk him back to his hotel.
Of course.
This poor guy dressed like a character in one of the romantasy books at this romantasy convention full of women. That is
Of
like
course.
throwing roast beef into a pit of wolves.
It's like throwing roast beef into a pit of roast beef.
Or in this case, throwing a wolf into a pit of roast beef.
Oh.
I remember years ago there was this thing called cosplay is not consent. Basically it was a campaign
Oh
to bring
yeah, this is exactly. No, this is 100% what it is. I didn't think she'd make that joke, honestly. I didn't. Like it.
Shoe goes hard.
That's kind of a bad one.
Yeah.
attention to the fact that people at conventions would often come up to women dressed in sexy costumes and just grope and grab them without their consent. Yeah, apparently we have to bring that back because these women did not get the memo. I've been a furry for over a decade.
Okay. And big surprise, it's a comment on Reddit. Wow. Who could have guessed?
Did a lot of fur cons. Sure.
How do you complain this time if you're getting harassed? I mean, I think that like if you get harassed by somebody like this, like every time that it's happened to me, I just ignore it. I just ignore it and like I don't even think about it. But yeah, I mean, if other people don't like it, I mean, like I stick up for other people that get made uncomfortable. Absolutely, I have to. Right? I mean, was it mostly dudes? Yeah. I mean, like, there was a couple of situations where it wasn't, but like, yeah, it's mostly, I've had dudes grab my dick multiple times. Yeah, it's just how it is. Sure. Mostly guys. I'm just saying, that's how it, that's what, you being dead ass? Yeah. Yeah, no, for real.
Sometimes weird shit happens, but honestly, I can't believe the dark romance crowd is out here acting like this. Like, me and my buddies in our fursuits are more respecting of consent and bodily autonomy. Get your shit together, y'all. When the furries are calling you out for being freaks,
that's bad.
You need to reflect. Something has gone horribly wrong. Not only were the men at this book talk convention assaulted, but women were also assaulted by women. Multiple women,
I would have never guessed. Wow.
Including a performer, reported being assaulted there as well. Even an author there said she was groped and dragged away from her friends and said no matter how many times she said no, quote, My words did nothing. May I remind you, this is a book convention, okay? For
It's not.
books. Literal BDSM clubs are more respectful than this.
Yeah.
There needs to be more studies on how this stuff affects women.
I think it's also because, like, they don't really have any expectation for it, right? I mean, like, if you're certain women with rock stars, women are far more sexually aggressive than dudes as a collective because it's cute. I think that the reason why is because women see it as more socially acceptable. And it is. It's generally more socially acceptable in our culture for women to be sexually aggressive than for men to. And I think that there's a lot of logical reasons for that. Like, for example, like men can, like, basically a man can always physically control that. Like, whenever a man is being physically aggressed on by a woman, 99 times out of 100, he can, at the end of the day, control that level of aggression. Whereas when a woman is being physically aggressed on by a man, sexually aggressed on by a man, she can't control that for obvious reasons because women are smaller, right? And so that's it. And so, like, I get it. Like, I know the reason why. I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, but it's like there's a lot of people, and you guys know this if you've ever been in a situation like this, like something happens to you, and like I'm the kind of guy, like I'm not, I just like, most people just are shocked by it happening and they just let it happen. If he does that, he'll become a joke and he'll get mocked. Well, that is another thing, is that guys that don't like it, then like women are like,
oh, you're an F word.
What are you, gay?
Yeah.
And then simultaneously, they're talking about how much they love gay people. Like, well, why are you, if you love gay
I think
people,
there's
why
also
are you
social
using it as
constructs
an
where a man is
insult?
supposed to welcome advances
What's
and
wrong
would
with
be
you?
emasculated if he doesn't.
It's so
yeah,
weird,
exactly,
isn't it?
Hugo. Exactly.
Who called you gay? Everybody.
Yeah,
knows.
everybody. Everyone called everybody gay.
My mom caught me looking at porn, and I was 11.
I love this story.
I just got the internet. Really great internet I was the first person with the internet in my neighborhood, and so mom caught me looking at porn, obviously, instantaneously. And so she asked me, she's like, why? And I managed to guilt trip her, and I said that I had to because everybody in school was bullying me, calling me gay, and she actually bought into it. She didn't get mad.
Called people gay when I was in high school, but then I grew up. Well, that's what we're talking about, Hugo. We're talking about back in the day.
Bro, like,
we're talking about
I
that.
just came up with that shit, right? Oh my god, no, I was smart. Like, really, it worked. You gotta lie. I mean, well, you gotta. The thing is that if you're lying to, I hate to say this, but if you're lying to a girl, the best way to do it is to emotionally manipulate them. If you can activate their emotions on something, you can tell them anything that they want to hear, and you can get them to believe it, right? And so I learned this. I was like fucking 6 or 7 years old because like, I could lie to my teachers, and like all my female teachers, I could lie to them and just immediately fucking get it, right? But then like any guy teacher.
Call your bullshit immediately.
Like, no.
That's not how it works.
No, why'd you really do it, though? Then that was it. It doesn't sound good? No, it doesn't. It doesn't sound good. But whenever you're 8 and 7 years old, that's it. You're 6 or 7 years old, right?
That's literally what my fucking nephew does.
Hey, that's how liberalism works? Well, you know, hey, I didn't say that. I did not say that. That's a comment I read in chat. Okay? You have to say it out loud. It's a secret. Yeah, that if you want to do that, emotional manipulation works extremely well. And you know, like I found that out at 7 years old. Okay, like I don't still do that. Okay, by the way, I never do that. But not like I not in such a long time. But you know, as a kid, of course.
Brains. Because clearly some are unable to tell the difference between fantasy and reality.
Yeah.
Ivy Lipton, a doctoral candidate in human sexuality, actually wrote about this for EV Magazine.
Yeah?
I don't know what a doctoral candidate in human sexuality is, but she's hot, so I trust her.
Yeah,
Your brain
she's
on
right.
orgasms isn't neutral. Dopamine release during climax is a powerful conditioning agent. What you repeatedly fantasize about becomes necessary for arousal. If your erotic imagination centers around abuse, monstrous violence, and submission to non-human entities, your brain is reprogramming itself to crave just that. It's not empowerment, it's neuroplasticity at its darkest.
What?
Damn. My friend was trying to run apologetics on his use of the F gay slur. He never took it to mean as a person being emasculated for not partaking in this particular action, like my guy. That's why it's a slur. You're emasculating that person by comparing him to a homosexual, which is what makes that slur offensive. It's like my friend, because I say retarded, and she doesn't like it, so I say the R word around her, but I don't give a fuck. It's retarded. It's the F word. If you're hurt by words that someone else says, you need to go reevaluate your life, in my opinion. Because words can't actually do anything. You are the one who let words do stuff to you. And I think we've forgotten sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Kind of one of those things.
I mean, fuck. I mean, I didn't need a wizard to tell me.
You know, that's just me.
That.
I mean, the only word I use is retarded. I don't say any other word except for retarded.
When it comes to sex, men can be turned on instantly by a sexual...
Words don't hurt me, but if they make a particular person uncomfortable, then I won't purposefully use it around them. Exactly, Hugo. So it's like I'm not going to eliminate it from my repertoire, but I say the R word around her instead of saying retard. Because I know it makes her uncomfortable.
Image despite their mood, and women need to be turned on emotionally to get in the mood. So it stands to reason that porn for men is visual and for women is in the mind. I'm not equating porn to smut novels because one is a video of two people actually having real sex and the other is...
I think she's right about that. There's even a term for this, and you know, it's like I always wondered, like, why is it that every woman isn't a lesbian?
Although not saying
because,
it can
like,
make you more creative.
A lot of guys are ugly.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know how's this ever going to work out, but, you know, a lot of them actually like guys because of their personality.
What?
Kind of
No.
ruled me out, but, you know.
Yeah, same.
I've learned that over the years.
Same.
Is, well, just words on paper. I'm, however, talking about the effect on the consumer. We know watching porn is bad for the brain. That's been proven.
Instead of that R word, maybe that's about
kind of
as
thing,
smart
like,
as
these are
frying
my
fish
unfiltered
naked.
thoughts when I was in middle school. Really, and like the only difference between I think me and a lot of other people is that I just say it. I just straight up say it. I think that a lot of other people think and wonder the same fucking things, but they don't want to say it because it's embarrassing.
Yeah. Been seeing smarter Republicans.
Don't want to give it up. But is reading smut bad? You might say, duh, that's the whole point. Okay, fair enough. So let me rephrase. Is reading smut harmful?
I think it's probably like everything else where if you read a lot of it and you hyperfixate on it, and
it's an
you
overconsumption.
Use it as a escape or a replacement for real life, it's bad.
For
but it's
anything.
not bad if it's done with a degree of moderation,
Yeah.
just like fucking everything else. Let me guess what the answer to this is, okay?
Shame people for things that are wrong, immoral, or harmful. In my line of work, I've been told many times that shame has no place in sex.
Well, I think there's a few cases it does.
Yeah.
To my brain for 2 seconds, it's clear that line of thinking is nonsense.
It's bullshit.
Incest should be shamed, bestiality should be shamed, pedophilia should be shamed.
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm not equating monster smut with these things, but there are 50 shades of gray.
I mean, monster smut and bestiality. Really, what really is the difference here? I mean, like this is like 6.5 dozen. You just changed the name. Like, what are we doing here?
Gray, so to speak, along the spectrum of harmful, conditioning your brain and body to associate pleasure with monsters, slavery, or sexual violence is not healthy.
Yep.
Basically, they're cooked. Like, women are cooked. They are frying their brains with this stuff.
Yeah.
It's a pipeline, right? It's like the infamous evil alt-right pipeline. You know, you start watching Shoe on Head, owning the feminists.
And then you will start watching
2025.
Asmongold.
Right, you know.
Oh, I was gonna say you're watching me, but
yeah,
there could be that too.
Alt-right pipeline. And this one's like you're reading Morning Glory Milking Farm, and the next thing you know, you're Mrs. Hands, right? Just say no.
She made that fucking joke. Mr. Hands is the guy who fucking
50
died.
people in this chat that knows what she's talking
Yeah.
about. And
Yeah, the guy who tried to fuck a horse and died.
That me and Dylan and
You ever
my friend
heard of the
David
term
and my other friend
hypersexualization?
Dylan,
Yes.
I remember we watched that in chemistry class whenever we were in 11th
Mr.
grade.
Hands.
It was a video of a man that let a horse fuck him so hard it killed him.
Yeah.
Yep. He died.
Yep.
Yep.
What is this?
High school was crazy. We had a lot of fun in high school, man. Like, I'll tell you that. Good times, yeah.
Oh, just say no to monster porn. But why is monster smut so popular with women in particular? Like, you rarely see the opposite, and when you do, it's just like...
I think you do. I think you see a lot of the same thing. I think that there's a
I'm
lot
confused
of
what
guys
this
that
is, Hugo.
like, there's a lot of, like, weird stuff that guys are into with women, but it's also... I think the reason, well, I'll see her reason. Like, I think the reason is the inner, like, the anonymity kind of it.
A girl with cat ears and fangs,
cat ears,
or
sure.
like a 10-foot-tall mommy vampire.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
women
I
are
like
like,
that.
I want to the pollution monster from Fern Gully. So
Okay,
people
I mean, yeah, there you go.
on Reddit asked this very question. Let's see the responses. Why do you guys like monster romances?
Asking for a friend, yeah,
Several
sure.
reasons. One, human men are quite often terrible. Romance books with human men are already partly fantasy, but monsters just takes the fantasy bit further. Two, it's sort of human nature to imagine relationships with paranormal beings and creatures. We've been...
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Lilith. Great.
doing it in literature and art for
Yeah.
centuries. It's just gotten a lot more graphic now, lol.
But no, every time where it happens, when the girl, like the Minotaur, for example, the reason why the Minotaur existed is because there was this girl and Poseidon wanted to fuck the shit out of her, but she didn't want to. And so because of that, Poseidon got mad and made her attracted to a cow. Like, that's what happened.
Some beer bottles were accidentally designed in such a way that Australian jewel beetles thought it was the height of sexuality. They almost went extinct because they preferred beauty of the bottle to actual females. Bottle essentially exaggerated all of the female beetles' sexual attributes. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. That's fucked up.
I mean, it's not like this was... Was it Zeus? I thought it was Poseidon. Okay, I got it wrong.
Unique body forms / parts and so many different kinds of...
Unique body forms.
I'm pretty sure the reason is because the chick wanted to fuck Poseidon and not Zeus. So Zeus got mad and made her attracted to a bull. And then he was pissed that she had a kid, and then he didn't want to kill it, so he locked it in the labyrinth.
Creature is sweet to her, kind, takes care of her, protects her, works hard to be
She's
gentle.
special.
Mm-hmm.
She's different. She's special. Of course. How could I not have predicted this?
Etc. Maximal escapism, minimal association to real life assholes, the patriarchy, misogyny, and oppression of women, etc.
Maybe we might have to bring a little bit of that back, huh, guys?
Yup. Just a wee bit.
Because the monsters are less dangerous than dating actual men.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Fat woman of color. Modern contemporary and even fantasy romances are hard to click to because they are almost always about thin white women and just too realistic. And romance in real life is not always attainable for fat women / women of color. In monster alien romance, though,
Oh, this is so... A Nazi could have said this.
women and just too realistic. And romance in real life is not always attainable for fat women / women of color.
Can you imagine how much trouble I would get in if I said that? Wait, they'd be mad at me. I would get in trouble if I said that.
So
in monster
retarded.
alien romance, though, my size doesn't matter, and it's easier to get into that headspace and enjoy it. I'm sick of the men on Earth and looking for some variety. Non-humans haven't betrayed and hurt me, so they feel like a safe haven, if that makes sense. Plus the unusual dick. Monsters have big, fun-shaped cocks. I love some bizarre peen, unique genitalia. I don't know what I was...
Oh, fuck, man. Wow. That's crazy.
A lot of women's smut, especially monster smut,
Yeah.
is about submission, domination,
Right.
forced breeding, non-consensual consent.
Of
The
course.
women are like
CNC.
conquered and taken and overpowered by these monsters.
Yeah.
And I think many of these women are reading these books containing monsters and not men because masculinity and dominance in men has been completely
It's been seen as
demonized
bad.
in modern society. But the truth
Well, they
is,
say that, but like anytime, like the thing is that this is my opinion, is that I think women like to have men that take charge, but not necessarily take control or take lead. Like I think people like having somebody else lead them, but not necessarily tell them what to do. And I think there's a lot of people that either do both or neither.
True.
is many women still crave it. You see, the
Yeah.
monsters in these stories have those like dominant masculine traits that women like so much, but they're not human men. They have all these traits women desire.
No, somebody brought up a good point. See, remember like in Mario, it's like, how is it that Princess Peach always keeps getting captured by Bowser? Like, what are the odds of that? Like, I don't know. There's like no way that's what happened, right? I mean, there's just no way.
Out the problematic baggage human men
I mean,
bring
come on.
without being the men they hate or
Yeah.
have been told to hate. It is the perfect guilt-free slop. But they don't just want a wild dominant man. They want to tame a wild dominant man. Similar to when a man sees an art hoe with a nose ring, you can save her from her
Good
daddy
one.
issues. You can do it. It
No,
definitely
you can't. No, you can't. Number one. And I think it's also the power fantasy and it's an ego trip, right? It's that this guy that has everything and he's like really popular and successful and, you know, all these other things, he's going to change what he's doing just for you because you are special. That's what it is.
True.
won't backfire and ruin your life. Go for it. Go talk to her. With many women, there's this desire for like...
Yeah, there was actually a friend of mine sent me a link to a tweet that a crazy ex-girlfriend of mine made recently. And I was going through her profile. This was last night. Not a single fucking thing has changed. Like, nothing changed. Yep.
Danger and aggression, but also
it's
the
a tweet,
desire
doesn't matter.
to tame that danger and aggression. The desire to be that special woman who can melt his heart. You see, my dragon boyfriend could rip me to shreds and kill me instantly, but he won't because he's nice.
Because you're special. Yes.
But honestly, at the end of the day, just like the video I made about the anime girl in a wheelchair, where men were saying, this is the average male fantasy, and a bunch of women were like, you want to rape a disabled girl? When in reality,
of course.
It was just a distilled manifestation of the average male fantasy, which is to protect and provide for a sweet woman and save her. This is like basically the flip of that, right? This is just the distilled manifestation of the female fantasy. Men are seeing this and they're saying, what do you mean you want to milk a minotaur? When in reality, it's just to have a big, strong protector and provider swoop you up and save you. And like I said in that video, they're basically both the same fantasy. This is a tale as old as time, the princess being saved from the dragon by
the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yep.
a knight in shining armor, whether the dragon be a wheelchair or student loans, you know? But in this case, the woman is being f***ed by the dragon.
That's
and the knight
right.
sits in the corner and watches or something, I don't know. Maybe it's not that deep. There are some hungers better starved than fed. And maybe as women, for the sake of society, we have to starve our hunger for minotaur.
I don't think there's a problem with girls looking at this shit. It's fine. This is the problem. See, the issue is that
the overconsumption.
The kind of girls that do it, like, you have to understand that, like, every girl that most of the girls that are getting into this, there's probably, like, already been, like, 5, like, this is, like, stage 7 of having a problem, right? And so, like, this girl's already gone through 6 other stages of having problems. So, like, by the time that you get to this stage, I think that really, I mean, you might as well just do it at that point.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, this is mental illness. Yeah, you already cooked, bro. Like that's it.
Yeah, that's the moral of this video.
Yeah. Oh my god.
So what do you guys think? What is your theory? Why is the monster romance genre so popular with women in particular?
I think it's really simple. I think women just like it because, again, like they get to, it's yeah. I mean, she's right. It's kind of like the like quintessential male-female fantasy, like of the power dynamic without the guilt of it being with a guy.
Who is your weirdest? Hear me out.
Oh god.
Be honest. I don't want to hear no Lola Bunny, okay? You all know mine already.
That's... Remember what I said. That's crazy.
It's not that he's
See?
rich, okay? He has an energy, okay? He has a vibe.
Right.
You know what, never mind. And I will see you guys again really soon with a new video. Bye!
Man.
It is what it is.
That's something special.
Yep.
Really, like, that's crazy. Wow. Oh, God. I don't think it's bad as long as it's fantasy. Yeah, that's the problem, though, right? What a great video. Yeah.
Oh, how the Bullman is a progressive, by the way. He's a feminist. He voted for Hillary. He would have voted for Obama 3 times if he could.
You know what? I think she's telling the truth. I think she's probably right. Yeah, definitely. Great video. She could. No, this.
All right, guys. Now we know how to write the best kind of smut. Let's go out there and make millions of dollars.
Right? I remember when she first started getting posted on 4chan in like 2010 or 2011 or something like that. And people were debating whether she was boxy or not. It was pretty fucking funny. So, yeah, she's been around for a while. And she an OG? Yeah, no doubt, man. And that was a long, long time ago. React to Charlie's unhinged video on Trump, please. I haven't seen that. I don't know what it is. It's about some brainwashing situation is crazy. I don't know what it is. I might look at it tomorrow. I don't know. But anyway, let's see. I will say about this, though, is that a lot of the people that get invested and, like, weirded out by a lot of this, like, weird stuff that people do, I think whatever you want to do behind closed doors, as long as it's consensual, I don't really give a shit. Like, you want to read monster porn, go ahead. You want to read weird incest anime, go ahead. I don't really care. It's not real. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit, really? Like, am I really going to invest my time into trying to, like, micromanage what somebody does, like, with their own personal life? Really, and that's the way that I feel. Do it in moderation. Well, and also don't try to normalize it. This is the other big fucking issue that I have, is that you have a lot of these people that get into weird stuff, and they want everybody else to be like, yeah, totally, man. Oh, that's so true. Yeah. Look at this lizard. Look at his big lizard dick. Oh, this is great. No, it's fucking weird. Like, stop trying to, like, make furry stuff stop trying to use furry imagery in public spaces. Stop trying to, like, have weird BDSM, illusions in spaces with, underage people. Like, stop doing it. You want to do it on your own fucking, in your own little Discord group with the other 5 furries that are just as weird as you are. I think that's great. It's great for everybody. You're in your room and you're not fucking with anybody else, and I think that's perfect. But yeah, same thing with porn. It fucks up your brain. I don't know. I think porn is the same thing as anything else, where if you do it all the time, it's probably going to be bad. But if you do it sometimes, it's probably not going to be that bad. It's the same with almost everything. It's alcohol, drugs, a lot of things. And almost everything in, like, video games, like anything. In general, if you do something all the time and your life is being defined by it, then it becomes a problem. Like math. Yes, of course. And so how much is too much? It depends on the person, really. Yep. I think that's it. I'll link you guys the video again. Give it a like. This was such a good video. I love this. And people, what is this here? People take vaccines. They don't even know what's in them, yet they think gooning will ruin them. Okay, that's a bit different, okay? Like, it's not like there's a scientist that said, yeah, this book is 100% certified safe for you to goon to, right? So I think that's a little bit different, isn't it? If you want a short carry, fucking found out, check Deborah Bachman. It's a fat... No, I saw that fat bitch that got arrested. I saw that. I thought it was funny. So, yeah, there it is.
Sounds
not a
about
fair
right.
comparison. It depends, right? I think it really does depend.
Yeah.
And, yeah, is saying something if they want to broadcast their sex preference or what they want to read? I mean, I think that, again, some people need to have a bit of shame.
Sounds about right. Nothing wrong with it, you just need to know where the boundaries are, right? Alright, so... grab your books. Let's get on with it. Today, explore the astonishing ways artists learn how to speak it. Speak to the art.
This is the first in a series of tutorials on So You Want to Be an Artist. Today's topic is going to be about
drawing.
If you're going to be an artist, you're going to have to learn how to draw. And if you are going to learn to draw, you need to get hold of one of these. A sketchbook and a range of pencils. Now, any paper, any pencil or mark-making object, such as a stick for example, can be used. The quality of the art materials will not in itself make you a great artist. It's what you do with the materials that's important. Why is the ability to draw important for an artist? Well, because learning to draw is about learning to see. Drawing is much more than simply a means of rendering and capturing a likeness. Drawing is a language with its own structure, just like any other verbal language. Drawing transforms our perceptions, the things we see, our thoughts, our ideas, and it makes them visible as an image, on paper for example. Drawing teaches us how to think with our eyes. So what actually is drawing? You have to realise that when you draw, every mark you make has its own character and quality. In fact, every mark is a little bit like a signature. It's unique. So it is really important to vary the marks you make when you're drawing, because each mark has a life of its own and tells a story. But how do you do this? Well, you do it by varying the pressure that you put on the pencil. Hold the pencil in different ways. Make different marks, rubbed marks, broken lines. Variation is the key. Varying the pressure and the weight of the mark is the visual equivalent of intonation in a voice. It gives colour and interest to the spoken word. If you make a drawing where all the lines and all the marks are the same thickness, it will flatten the drawing, it will flatten the object, it will not look three-dimensional. Just like a voice with the same intonation will sound very boring when there is no variation. You see the idea? Varying the pressure on the line or the mark during drawing, breaking or tapering the line can make it look much more interesting and can give a drawing a life of its own. Using this approach means every mark or line that you make has some sort of authority. It tells a story and therefore has some purpose. Try to think about what each mark you make is going to do. Don't just draw marks for the sake of drawing them, because that's not really going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
You have to realise when drawing...
Except right now where we're just
each
practicing
line or
stroke
mark
lines for the
has a
purpose
life its
of
own. It has
muscle
a
memory.
meaning or plays a vital part in the construction of an image, and therefore can be interpreted by the viewer. You've got no control over what his or her reaction will be to your mark. So, What you need to do is to remember the most important thing about drawing is observation. Try to observe what is in front of you. Try to understand what it is that's in front of you. Look for the tones, the colours, the lines, the shapes, the forms, the objects, and how these interrelate to each other. Try to train yourself to eliminate your preconceptions or other people's ideas of what you are observing. Try to see what is in front of you, not what you think you see or what you want to see, but what you actually see. That's important. So trust your vision. Finally, copying or drawing a photograph or other work of art has its uses. But remember, it's a secondary source. It is not your vision.
Mm-hmm.
If you are
inspiration,
going to become an artist, you have to
your
work
own.
from primary sources. Observe the real world and create your vision of it. Remember, people will be interested in your vision and your ideas, not a rehash of somebody else's vision, because that is never going to be as good as the original. Look out for the next video in this series where I will be talking about another question that you will need to consider if you are going to become an artist. Thank you for watching Art Tutors Online. I hope you've enjoyed the video and are now considering what drawing actually is. Please subscribe to this channel where you will find lots of interesting videos about drawing and painting. If you want to support
learning how to draw, let's just go into the second one because I didn't really do anything.
2 of my series covering the basic
I had to take a piss before we start, and I'm gonna set up. Oh my god, why is it fucking
looking for the shapes? So
taking forever. There we go. Lagging the fuck out. I'm gonna move everything around, and then I'm gonna bring up the camera, and then we can actually see this because I actually want to do a couple drawings. Now that we've actually not, you know, we're actually at a reasonable time. I think that's about the best we're gonna get for it. Let's see how this works. It's gonna be over more, so it needs to be like here. Okay, that seems about right. You can kind of see a shadow of the cord, but other than that, I think it should be good. So let's see.
Welcome to
how this
part
goes.
2 of my series covering the
Oh, I guess actually, hold on. Let me do something here. Change category. go.
Basic techniques of
what am I
drawing.
doing? Why did I
In
do
this
that?
video, we shall be looking at how to start a drawing by looking for the shapes. So
Shapes.
grab your pencil and some paper and let's get started.
This drawing is basically full of circles and curves, and what we're going to do, this first little exercise, is to look carefully for the shapes. We'll look at the shape of the head. It's basically a circular shape. The ears are basically semicircles. We've got the nose, again, this area here, the mouth, the muzzle, is a rounded shape. The eyes, the nose, are round circles. We look at the body is also curved either side. See, curves. 2 cylinders here and 2 circles at the end. Again, 2 cylinders. So don't look at this as a bear, look at it as a series
There
of
we go.
shapes and draw the shapes. So let's
guys
make a
can
start.
really
We'll just
see
do a
that.
very quick little sketch of this, just so you can see the idea of starting the basics of the drawing.
This is still a work in
I'm going to
progress.
start with my basic curved shape. I'm starting with my curve, and I'm going to draw the rest of the head, and we get this nice curved shape here. So we've got my basic head shape. Okay, my curve. I've got my ears on either side. See, I'm just drawing my curves on either side, keeping it very, very simple. I'm drawing now the muzzle, which comes down slightly below the head, so I've got my curve shape, again a circular shape, rounded out here, and in the middle of that I have a circle with a little line that comes down, and it's got a little curve at the bottom there. Just above these circles, you can see here, are the 2 eyes. So the 2 eyes situated round about this position here. Once we've done that, if you notice
this is
then
way
the
too,
height of the head, that
yeah.
big, if you bring that down there, you see the body is smaller head. So if that is the body shape there, the head, the body is finished probably about there. So I have a curved shape coming out from the sides here to draw my nice curved shape of the body.
Can't do it backwards like that.
The arms come out, as you can see here, from this corner here. They're basically cylinders. And if you notice, the cylinder is approximately 2/3 the width of the body. So 2/3 the width of the body, so the arm comes out about here.
I'm not even measuring that shit.
Curved out and basically cylinder shape. And we have a similar sort of idea coming over here. Right, this is meant to go underneath his arm. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and finally we've got the 2 legs, which again are 2 short cylinders, shapes, coming down here. Little gap in between at the middle. You'll notice we've got these 2 curves on either side where the folds are, and then at the bottom here we've got 2 round circular shapes. So we have our 2 circular shapes. So by drawing this, we have now drawn basic, very, very simple basic shapes. At this point you test it out, see whether everything's okay. It looks more or less okay. So then if you want to start drawing over it and developing it, you can do so. I think all I'm going to do now is just show you, just strengthen the lines a little bit. You see the little lines in here. I'm using my pencil in a very, very loose sort of move your hand around. You see what I'm doing with my hand? I'm just keeping it very, very loose. The way that the lines are moving. Very, very loose. You see what I'm doing with my fingers here? Very, very loose. So you just lock it in. Very, very simple. Curves here, strengthen the lines a little bit. And so on. Then we have our basic bear shape. So you can see just by building up the simple shapes, you can work on from there. Once you've done that, obviously you could then start working over light and shade. You could start developing this drawing in many, many ways. But the basic thing is to look for those shapes.
Thank you for watching. I hope you've learnt something useful. If you have, perhaps you might like to buy me a
True,
coffee.
but I'm just gonna go back and get the teddy bear. We're gonna see how good we can make this kind of go. Cross-hatching to make this a little bit darker than what's on the outside here. Just make the lines follow the curve. My biggest problem is always the angle. So it's like instead of just doing the normal like that, you're kind of just going up and down as you do the curl across, basically. This one looked better though. That was kind of trash. Sometimes it's the angle, right? Shear this up a little bit darker. Kind of. We'll leave that one little spot right there. It's kind of going to be more shadowed out. I don't know how well that shows up, but we want to do like a here like this, shading that neck, something like that. A little bit of depth on that side, a little bit more on this side. Maybe like that. I don't know if you can really see it on there. What? Outer line. Like broken in, going down like that. A bit of shading inside right there. A little more pulling up. There. Around there. A little kind of scruff in there as well. Around here, kind of like that. And if you want here, kind of like something like that. Carry on with this side stroke here. Trying to make it kind of look like fuzz? I don't know. It's coming to life, right? I'm supposed to give it like hair for like the chaoticness of it. I don't know, kind of looks fuzzy from here. It just looks way too blobby, right? May I criticize? Oh, 100% Hugo. 100 fucking percent. Ads. Woo! True. Perfect timing. You've perfect timing, Hugo. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. What's the criticism? So the arms come out of the bear's neck almost. The body isn't really that round. Yeah, I know. Duly noted. No, I'm just bad. I can't get shapes right. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible writer, but I still write. Exactly, right? Oh, well that's our picture, guys. Isn't that pretty sad? So, try again, right? See if the next one is better. Seems you're still in the symbols stage of your art progress. Oh yeah, I'm like, I literally just need to be learning like muscle memory. guess I can move this over so you can see it better. Yeah, because I'm copying his drawing, I'm not copying the actual image. That's the problem, right? Could also be the solution, right? Oh, nice. That's sick. Yeah, I'm not that good. I feel like the body's too long. But so then we went from like fat to like super skinny. Our teacher told me not to draw a face, but rather the shadow shapes in the face. Yeah, right? Like, you don't want to do the entire thing. You only want to do what emphasizes other things, right? Art teacher. And it's like, now from here, we make it our artistic vision, right? still fucked, but it's better than that, right? Like, just the face, the angle, the, yeah. Is what it is, right? Knowing where shadow should be, that's probably my biggest thing. Let me show you one of my arts. Alright, sounds good. I don't know if that makes it look more three-dimensional or just look like it's fucking scarred. I guess I can turn the music on now. Oh, sick. Nice. Proportions are the thing that I'm so bad at. I'm so bad at proportion. It's probably my worst thing. Proportion. I can't tell. Trying to make it like look like the body's like round, right? But I don't think I can get that across. Does that make it look like it's kind of like fur? It's kind of got like, you know, the strands sticking up in kind of every wish-wash kind of direction, right? I don't know how to make it look like it's a knee bending, or there's a, like, you know, that inner kind of loop in. Okay, well, the legs didn't turn out the way that I wanted them to. Let's just say that. Well, it didn't... I mean, I was trying something, and let's just say it didn't work. So let's try and get the body to be a little... I don't know, is that any better? I mean, one improvement at a time, right? One improvement at a time. That's what it's all about. I'm like, I should just go back to doing landscapes. Landscapes seemed like they were easier until we can master shadows. So now... I'm like, should we do another teddy bear, or should we do something else? Do what you struggle with. It's the only way you're going to improve. I struggle with shading. So I'm like, it doesn't matter what I draw. Shading is like my biggest problem. So I'm like, that's why I think landscapes are probably the best, because then you can tell exactly, you know, it's like more prominent than trying to do, like, for instance, like trying to make a circle or like a sphere. 77,028 words, yay. Nice, bro, nice. Because, like, the biggest problem is, like, turning a circle into a sphere, right? With, like... say, just for this purposes, light is coming that direction. Make it look so fucking easy. Yeah, see, I'm just not good at that. Does that look 3D at all to you? Or does it just look like a fucking blob? Alrighty, I'm gonna hit the hay. Alright, sounds good, Hugo. Have a great night, good sir. Take care. Thanks for hanging out, man. I don't know. Better? Try something like this. Probably that. Start here. There, did that kind of work? Or does it still look flat? I think it's time to just bring this up. No, where is it? I know it. Okay, well, I guess we're making another one then. This. There. There, does that look more 3D? I don't know. I don't know. Let's try it smaller. Something like that. I feel like this whole side here, like we gotta get better at like figuring out where the actual light should be, right? Like, should it be like that? Should it be like that? Should it be like that? I don't know, let's use some reference here. When we did circles. According to this, it's like the entire bottom half. So it's more on the bottom than it is like around. So like this or this are probably like, you know, the angle that I want for the depth. I mean, I feel like they're getting like slightly more realistic. We need like a grading, like. Maybe like, okay, let's do. No, it doesn't work. That's what we want. I don't think you can really see it, but it's like. Right? It's supposed to like fall off. From dark to light. So we want like a. This one's 1. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There, and we're like from darkest to lightest. So you'd want, like, if we had these concentric circles like this, so for instance, like right here, it'd be like. No. Maybe more like. No, it's kinda, but it's more like, okay. Okay, I think I need to do more of a flick down the sides. Let's try like. This is our ultimate button. Still needs to be like more scrunched here. So wider on the outside, thinner on the inside. So let's do this with like numbers. Let's just take guy here and go like here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 6, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one goes like this. something more like this. Needs to be all one. It's also like precision too, right? 'Cause you gotta like really get in there with it. Each layer should be slightly darker than the last, right? So now can we do that in replica and wind up having our first and our second line and then move like inwards from there? So something like, so we want the outer line to be like that and we want the inner line to be like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is working. Eventually I'll be able to make a sphere. Eventually. Still think this one's the best. Hands down. This one's like okay. This one, you know, this one's not bad. The angle of the light is wrong though. And this one's like I don't even know. This one you can see inside the lines, right? So it kind of diminishes it. It's like the question is which one's the first one I drew and which one's the last one I drew, right? That's where around we should be getting to the I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder. Does it look at all in any way three-dimensional, Queen? Welcome, welcome, Queen. How's it going? Because we were trying to, like, shade to make it look three-dimensional, right? And, yeah, I don't think it's working. They do? Well, maybe it looks better on camera. I don't know. It looks ridiculous in real life. But we drew this today, Queen. That was our first attempt. That was our second attempt. And this is what we were copying. I saw the 5 Nights of Freddy Bears. I've been lurking. Sounds good, no worries, Queen. Hell yeah. That's what it's about. So now I'm like, because I'm trying to figure out like shading and stuff, right? So I'm like, what should I draw next? Should I just go back to landscape? Try and do like a 2/3 kind of thing? Give yourself a natural light source to follow. I don't really have. Or do you mean just like... Because I have 3 different lights. So everything's kind of coming from every direction. Use an actual light too if you wanted. Well, I wonder if this thing will work. Twisted all over itself. That would be like, the sun would be like here. Should be pointing like. that. Might help being able to actually see where the light is coming from. Do you mean you? Because the light is literally like right here. It's coming like this. But again, it's like I have 3 shadows or 4 shadows. So it's like, it's kind of hard to do when I have like multiple light sources, even with this one being super bright and super close. It still doesn't have the same effect. But if we want to show where light is coming from, this is light. Not going to be able to see the actual shadows. Yeah, exactly. You have an actual visual of where the light is coming from. Yeah. So we want this landscape here, right? So we want something like... Looks like a fucking weird ass tree. Nothing wrong with that though, right? I don't know. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's the wrong angle, but it's like, the shadow shouldn't be coming down this way in the front, even though the sun's there, because the sun is actually like, you know, because it would be coming from more sideways. Like that's my problem with the perception of it, right? Because normally you'd think like this would be, right? It would move in the direction. Like that, right? Maybe like this. right? But the shade should, like, cover basically, like, all of this, right? I don't know. Like, did the branches feel too... feel like it's too stiff, right? Does that kind of look like water? I don't know, I'm gonna do like reeds and stuff, right? S-Sphere, yo, 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 what's up? Going good, sir? It's like, how many different landscapes of farm can I do? Can't even draw within the fucking lines. You got this one here that's like a fucking arrow key. Like untilled. Or tilled and ready to harvest, but not harvested yet. Not planted. Like, how do I make this grass in the front not so bare, though? Right? That's my main problem right now. It's like this layer and this layer need something that fit up, right? There's technically 3 layers, because there also needs to be this one here. I think this is too dark. I think that looks more like it's underneath the canopy, right? You got the shadow coming off of the side there and everything. I don't know, I think that's pretty decent. Definitely looks better on camera than it does in real life, like every fucking time. I know, can you tell that this is like water? I like the reed effects kind of going around here, but again, it's like the difference in perspective for distance is like pretty massive, right? And the direction of the shadows is technically all off. When you learn texture, I'm sure everything will look more different. Oh, 100%. But now it's like we're just trying to fill the page, right? And get an eye for where things sit, right? Like looking at the difference between like the top part here that kind of makes it looks like this is the overhang of the tree, right? That should all be down here. Like that, right? Shadow there. I mean, it's probably definitely one of the better pictures that I've ever drawn, right? So we can't go wrong with that. I have like a little perspective of distance. And we did it all with like a single pencil. Whereas, you know, the shading is easier, like if we're gonna go over it again, like we go over it with the 4B, right? And kind of darken everything up just a teeny bit. Make the shadows a lot more prominent like that. Look like this. side here like this. Even that just kind of brings everything out. More prominent, right? That tiny little bit just kind of brings everything out, and we can kind of throw a little bit over the edge here like this. So the separation between these two. Again, this one's like too dark. But this could be lifted, and this could be like into a valley, into a more valley. So I don't know how that would go. Like if there's a shadow of something else falling over it, and like over here, I don't know. I'm thinking, where can I change things to make things pop out more, right? Like, how do I get the rounding shape of the tree, right? And so we were practicing earlier with, like, the circles and everything to see if we could get anything on that edge. Even with, like, the protruding factor here on, like, the edge of the tree, right? Just emphasize that this is, like, the reflection of that, right? I don't think there's really anything else I can do. We could do like a... that. Oh shit, I hit the camera. Now let's compare it to the old one. That's the biggest thing, right? Is in a vacuum, it's one thing, but compared to the other drawings, even in different paper. Okay, well apparently it's not in here. Well, there's that. Let's see, like, the shading of the branches and the trees, right? Specifically, like, this comparison. Look, I swear I did more landscape. What is this? This one and this one. Oh, here's probably what the landscape was. But that was more like doing the idea of like the thirds. So, I swear there was more. Oh, was it on the other side of this? No, that's the Kiwis. Huh. I swear I drew more landscape pictures. Yeah, this is all just like practice drawing stuff. Listen. Oh, did I draw some in here? That's the question. I don't think I drew anything in here. Everything in here has already been drawn. Yeah, it's just a drawing book. So, I'm retarded. Well, we already knew that, so that doesn't, you know, it is what it is. The only thing I drew in here, this is the second page. Or third page. Or is this supposed to be the other one that we drew? That was toning. Oh, well here. So I guess there you go. So the comparison between that, and that. I think the trees are probably drawn better here. This is too static. So I think I've gotten like the lines. Whereas like you can very tell this is super static, but this is dynamic. So where this has probably better shading, because it actually makes the trees look 3D in a way. Whereas this just feels like, I don't know, the perspective is way off on it because the distance isn't acute to, like, equally. Like, for all you know, this could be, like, 20... Like, from here to here could be, like, 200 feet. Right? And it's supposed to be, like, this is, like, down a hill and, like, over in the distance on the side because you're focused, like, right here, standing here. So the further back and the further over you go, further distance, but the further over you go is less distance than distance you go back, whereas it should be equal on each side, right? Or at least that's what I would think. So I think ignore the shading for now and just try and get those outline lines done. Problem is, because I'm practicing on, like, normal paper, but then when I actually draw, like, I draw on this, right? So it's actually kind of a different feel because of the paper, but I don't want to waste, like, the good drawing stuff when I'm just literally practicing the muscle memory of frickin' getting the curve down. Can I... Sketchbook is, though. Yeah, but I'm just literally going like this, right? Like, I'm not trying to make an image. I am just trying to... Yeah, but it's the difference between sketching and squiggling, right? If I'm just literally practicing getting used to the motions, I think it's a waste of good paper. So I'm just like, alright, well, you know, I can do this angle, do this angle, the same thing. Yeah, but I can get like a stack of this paper for like $1. This book's like $8 fucking. So if I'm just wasting paper, I'd rather waste less expensive paper. So don't have to do big sketches. True. So I'm doing something, doing like that. Doing that. Doing that. Doing that. They're all technically different lines, right? So isn't this the scale on one side and maintain the other, right? Something like that. And my biggest problem is like, plus it's got the lines. So it's like, it's super easy to just try and like stay inside the lines, try and know where your target top and bottom are. You can't really see it, but it's supposed to be like, you know, the more lines you go over, the lightest push, the more depth. You just keep expanding on both sides. Trying to be lighter and lighter each time. And then see if you can like pick out the individual layers of going in which direction, right? My back is getting sore from leaning over like this. So I need to come up with better landscape ideas. But yeah, definitely going from that to that is pretty big. And it's not like I spent like a significant amount more time on it, right? It's just the refinement around the edges that's important. Oh. So the question now be what to do. I think I'm just gonna call it. Fuck it. We're gonna call it. And tomorrow I'll have better ideas of what to draw and not just the same thing. And I want to do, like today was like shapes, right? So we're kind of looking at things in the form of shapes. And how do shapes affect how your strokes basically go on the paper, right? And then tomorrow we will have degeneracy in writing from a different angle, from Second Stories angle, instead of Asmund and Shoe on Head. So we'll see where that goes from there. But I'm like, the next one I want to draw, I literally want to draw like the fucking banquet, and I want to use me drawing the banquet as the B-roll for the background of the story. And have it be like the remnants of the esoteric in the idea of what we did with, where is it? It's one of the first ones that we did. Yeah, like this, where it's like, this is a guy fighting a dragon, well, technically getting owned by a dragon, and then this is like a princess looking out over the balcony of a thing, right? So it's like, it's more of the inference behind it than it is the image itself, and that's what we kind of want to go for, right? Getting rid of these hard lines, essentially, and creating a... Get in the fucking bed. Creating a dynamic contrast there. It'll be much easier with that. But even just with the minimal amount I've done and the amount of comfort that I've gained just from doing it, definitely helps, right? Alright guys, well, thanks for hanging out, thanks for coming by. I know it's been a little bit of a shorter streams, but it is what it is, right? I can't control it. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we rated? We got a new guy. Get your wheels ready. Here we go.
Sincerely, Annie Beck. Shall I try to bring you from this perspective? We love brothers. The killer. Oh my! Hello, Raiders. Hope y'all are doing wonderful. I can currently. I can't hear my Twitch, but I'm thinking you guys. But
Intoxication 5073
Hey!